So at ACTS and many other seminaries, many other seminaries around the world, and then universities, most of your assignments are going to be written assignments. ACTS, some of us have been in some classes. You have discovered that you are required to write. In fact, especially if you are coming for the first module, and the first thing they give to you is to say you should go and write a third paper. You should take a subject. I mean, if you have not been doing that before, or you have left school for a long time, you just discover that you say, it means that you have to engage your brain to think. Number one, you have to bring that brain to work. And at the same time, you have to begin to put what you are thinking down on paper, and it's quite stimulating. So most of our assignments here are written assignments, and they're very, very wonderful. You will therefore need to know how to write a scholarly essay, an academic. You're not on the same page with me. Okay. So I'll go back to that. So you have to. So most of our assignments are written assignments or essay. You will need to know how to write a scholarly essay or academic paper, as we call it. In some of your written assignments, you'll be expected to consult some other sources for your writing, and you'll be required to show or reference your sources correctly. We'll talk about that one today too. You'll also be required to present your written paper in acceptable scholarly manner or format. Those are the things that we'll be looking at in this place. Please give me a minute. While I was thinking, I had some slides that does not concern you, but I was using it to process thinking. Okay. So writing a good assignment involves two very, very important things. Involves planning and actual writing. Writing a good sorry. Just okay. Okay. So why is very important? I think I should just show us this one too. Why written assignments is very important? Written assignments are the main method of assessing student learning in higher institutions. The main method. Then number two, it's a form of training for students since they are expected to pass across what they learn to others, whether in writing or in speaking. So it's a very good training for students to engage in writing. Then it engraves what they learn much more into their hearts and minds through the process of good writing assignments. I'm sure you agree with me that is very, very true. If you come to a class and you just listen to the lecturers and you go, you have gained maybe 30% or 40%. But by the time they give you an assignment and say you should go and use what they have taught you or a part of it to go and write your own, one thing is sure, you are going to learn much more than what you have gained in the class. That's why written assignment is very, very important. In fact, when people come to class and they don't engage in written assignment, they are not going to learn much. But by the time they give you an assignment and you are assigned to write it, you are reading the textbook they're giving you in class or some other materials, and they say you should write down what is going to happen. You are going to involve your brain very much more. You're going to get into critical thinking, logical thinking, and all that. You're going to think through what you have learned. And by the time you are writing it and rewriting it, it gets engraved into your mind. That most of the things, if you do the written assignment very well, you find that you will not likely forget. You will not likely forget what you have learned. So it's very, 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 very important. And of course, it helps instructors to know the level of understanding each student has attained in the course. When we, as lecturers, collect the assignment and you go through it, you can know which student has gotten what you have taught. You can know who has applied it or not. So it is very, very, very important that that is put into place. So back to where I was, writing a good written assignment involve two planning and actual writing. So let's look at the planning aspect of it. I'll just put the 4 points straight out because of time. Planning, I'm sure many of us are engaged in this one. So when you are to write an assignment in writing an academic paper, one of the most important things is planning. Planning is very, very important. You want to build a house, you need to plan. Whatever you want to do, you need to plan. If you don't plan, you discover that the person, if care is not taken, you might end up writing nonsense. I don't know whether you have ever, of course, we are all students. I remember those days as students when you give even here, when they give 5 questions and they just open the question to you and say, okay, these are your 5 questions for exam, start writing. You just see some people doing, sometimes I wonder, I don't know whether it's their own style. But for me, I think you should actually look at those questions very well. Read them and try to use for 5 minutes to recall and look at that question very well and say, what am I expected to do? But when I see people just carry Bible and start writing, I say, man, is it that you have seen the questions before?
That one is copy and paste.
Or maybe I haven't seen the question before because they get to because some people, by the time they're studying, they don't go and look at the question again and look at what they have written and they come back, they cancel it and start all over again. There's always a need for planning. Whatever you want to write, you should be able to engage your brain and think through it very well. Of course, you can put pen to paper by jotting some things down, but you need to actually plan. So, and number one, these 4 points are very important in planning. Number one, you have to understand what the question is all about. What is the instructor asking us to do? What am I asked to do? What is the key? And that we normally find that in that's why course syllabus. I'm sure yesterday the doctor took you through the course syllabus, did he?
Yes.
The course syllabus.
Yes.
It's not just for the fun of it. From the course syllabus, you get to know what you're going to be taught, and much more. You get to see your textbooks you're going to use, and you get to see your assignments. What they require lecturer to put the assignment in as much as possible. The flow and assignment. Not only that, and even the way the marks will be given. The way the marks will be given, what will they give mark to? Those are the things that are very, very important. What is important to the instructor that is going to grade, and by the grading, you will see what is important, what he wants to grade. Say 40% your maybe discussion in class, whatever you think. The idea is whatever you think is important for you that will help you to have a good grasp of the course, you might likely give greater marks to it. So those are the things that students will need to look at to find out what is he grading. What is he grading? How is he going to grade it? And then what assignment is required of me to do? So we get to understand the question, very well. Then some questions or some assignments, we need us to use some other relevant materials apart from the textbook that they are giving us in class. Oftentimes you will see they will say compulsory, required textbooks, which they will give to you in class. Then you will see some what they call suggested materials and material that can be helpful for students to read as well. So those things are very important. You get to know some relevant materials. And when we are asked to write, you can start with the suggested materials. But of course, suggestion, plan the best time of the day or night to do the work. If you don't plan your time and you are leaving it when you are tired, you're not going to do, your brain will be tired enough not to think. Hello? Am I communicating?
Yes.
That our brain will be tired enough not to think. If your brain is tired, just forget it. Thinking is not going to be possible at that particular time. So you have to find out when are you best alert to think, and then so that you can be able to give a good work to you. So people have different time, maybe just so, but it's very important for us to say that you need that time. And of course, after you finish planning, what do? You begin to write. So let's look at the first one, which we need to elaborate a little more. Get to understand the question. What do we mean? I think if you don't understand the question, ask the instructor and be very clear on what she wants you to do. The assignments are often made known to you in each course syllabus at the start of the class. If not, the instructor will tell us what it involved. Then, know the keywords in the questions. Pay attention to the keywords in the assignment instructions. I've discovered that students make a lot of mistakes in this one. With the privilege of lecturing here too, I have seen that even master students make this mistake. Tell them to list. List. I'm thinking that at this level, anyone here that passed secondary school, all of us, I don't know, but this is one that helps me. When you see a new word you don't know, get dictionary. Is that also? Get dictionary. Just go and find out what it means. If you say they say list and your brain is not catching it, is it not to go and collect dictionary and say what does it mean to list? Then when you know what to list, by the time you read one, two, three things, one dictionary, second, you get the grab of what it means. Then just go and do just that. So that the thing, alright, because you send some people to do something, and by the time you see the assignment, you're wondering, is it me that did not tell the person what to do, or the person is not getting me well, or there's a miscommunication somewhere, because the person will do actual different thing that the person is supposed to do, because they're not paying attention to the question. So let's pay attention to the question so that we can really answer it well. I remember when the undergraduate studied that time, and so he said, I did it, I don't know what the lecturer gave me 0. And I wrote for 2 hours. I was writing. I did. Then she will be wondering, before you wrote, but what did you write? Are you writing? I mean, recently I marked the paper. Honestly, I was shocked. To me, it was so as clear as day and light what I wanted students to do. Just go to the book of Nehemiah. Bring out leadership qualities of Nehemiah. That's all. Honestly, by the time I saw the paper, I was just wondering whether I actually. But then when I saw the second person, in fact, the second student, because there were only 2, the second student got it so well that even me as a lecturer, I copied it. I copied her paper and I pasted it on my wall that I will not forget this woman's answer. Because for me, we learn from one another. When I saw her answers, I became wiser. The answer was good, beautiful. That's no, this script, I cannot throw it away because I'm not very good on paper. I know what I did. I scanned her answer sheets because that will help me next time I teach that class. I just thought I'm going to. Next time I will teach better because of what she did. You did a very good job. I look at it, I read this again and say, I never thought of this way. I scan it. I want to keep it in my journal for that next class. And this class, a student did a very good job and I learned from it. But the other person, I was just wondering, what was the question said in the first place? It was all out. I don't even know what it is. So you can see that confusion can put the lecturer. So I think the first thing the lady did was that she got the question right. Just bring out qualities in leadership qualities over there, and she just listed the one by one and explaining, and we just go. So the one I've not seen, the contribution that the one I did not see, she was able to bring it out as leadership quality. And I look at her and say, wow, this is actually true. These are other leadership qualities I've not thought that Nehemiah expressed, and she was able to bring it out. So that's it. So we learn from one another a lot. When we see a good script, we learn from it. So very important, get to know the key questions and then do that. And to make keywords, yes, I included this. I think, let me see, and we can look at it. Keywords you will likely meet in assignment in seminary at ACTS. You're going to do something like analyze. I think a lecturer has given, analyze, compare, contrast, criticize, review, summarize, list, reflect, and I think etc. List. I've seen reflects on so all those keywords, action words. I'm thinking a lecturer knows what he's doing by picking that word. So let's look at some of them. Analyze. Divide the material into sections or elements and discuss this in full. When they say you analyze something, and then they just analyze. What are you seeing? Look at this, like you look at the different segments of the material. What is he saying? You can analyze, okay, this is what is saying here, another. When they say you should compare, that means there are some things you wanted to compare. For instance, when I teach women in ministry, and we are talking about egalitarian and the complementarian, I want you to compare them. So you should be able to pick out the point. This is what these people are saying here. These people are not saying that. In fact, they are saying the opposite here. The same scripture, different interpretation by the egalitarian and the complementarian. I'm sure you know those people what I talk about anyway. We are not doing that one now, but you understand what I'm trying to say. So often that kind of a course, we say compare and contrast. What are the ideas of these two people? You know. So you will meet such things. Then contrast too. I said, what are the difference between certain objects or characteristics? And then you will see what like criticize. And then that one is very, very much in the academic paper, what would I call it, term paper, something they say, criticize. You see, because sometimes you take a course and they give you a textbook and they want you to actually find out what you should criticize is what is it in line with what you have been taught. What do you think the person? Because it's possible to give you a textbook that is not just in line with what you have been taught, but they want you to use your own, the knowledge of what you have been taught to criticize that textbook, so that you'll be able to have more knowledge about that. This is what they are saying, this you criticize. So you see, so the point here is that find out what the action word is, and then get the knowledge of the action word and just give it exactly what they ask us to do. But so to get good marks wherever in universities, as simple as doing what they want you to do, and then just go ahead and do it. So point out good and bad characteristics and give your own opinion after considering all the facts. We have a book that will be given to us on PDF. Smith. What is his first name? I call it Smith's book. I don't know. And if you look at our course or course syllabus, I think Doctor put a book there. Smith. That is his surname. Yeah, I've forgotten the first name now. Smith. That man is a very good writer. Gary Smith. That book's a very nice book. A fantastic book. Yes, another one. I've not laid my hand on it. It's a fantastic book. If you want to write, that one is a book to read, please. So I will be pointing many things out of Smith. Of all the textbook I've used, I find him as most. Have you read this? Smith's book. Oh my God. We have it. I think he gave it to us in our course. It's always there's a PDF we have, and we easily give it to students. So I think Doctor will have given you. If you see the course syllabus, you see Smith's book there. It's noted to be very good.
That's the one he said he wanted to send.
Yes,
I just send it.
Don't send it.
Okay, if you ask me, I have it.
No, it was
Exactly.
parts, not all. It's better you don't send it.
Okay, I have the whole book. If you like, I have the whole book on my system. Okay. It's a fantastic book. I keep on reading that book, and it says from secondary school to professorship, you will benefit from that man's book. It's reputed to be one of the greatest brain that man writes. I know, and another thing I want to talk about in that man's book, which I've learned from that man's book, is the fact that to make somebody say, if you
LMS.
Oh,
it's LMS.
Yes.
Oh,
Uploaded it.
they say has uploaded it. Oh, good. They say has uploaded it, so the book is there. You can it's a very nice book. So, and then common types of, now after talking about the keywords and questions, oftentimes it will come as, sometimes the assignment come like this. Common type of written assignment, they might not just say contrast, might actually ask you to do a book summary. You give oftentimes we do a lot of this here. Book summary. What we might say, you should do a book summary, and to help us, I brought out what we are expecting to see in a book summary. Book summary is a brief description of ideas or views of an author as he presented in his book. When he said you should do a book summary, you want to get out what the description, what is it saying? It must contain almost all the project ideas of the author. Get to understand what the book is all about and state the understanding in your own words. That's another way of doing cover. It depending on how many pages they give you to do. Sometimes they give you a whole 265 pages and say, do a book summary in 2 pages. You yourself, you have understood that 2 pages. It's just like saying that after you finish reading it, you close it. You now ask yourself, what is the man saying?
that's not summary.
It is what?
That's what they used to call précis.
What is précis?
Even we don't know précis.
What is précis? Other people know that they know what is it.
Précis, that was what they used to do in those days. That was what I used to learn summary.
Please teach us.
Précis it's more succinct and more, but it's preferred than
Summary.
what we call summary. Yes.
That I'm saying that if they give you
What's the
two,
spelling of praise?
Précis, PR.
is that an acronym?
No, it carries a sign on top like
Huh?
Précis.
Okay. Well, okay, that's a good way. I like to come and give for that English teaching to know what percentage. So, by the amount of pages they say you should write, you do what's expected of you. You know, because someone says, well, read your book and give me summary in 10 pages, you know where you're going. You mean that you're going to do much elaborate work or do what it says, and then, but the idea is that one is what is it saying it, and then somebody, I saw something that you're talking about. Someone said, do me a page of 1 or 2 hours. Actually, what the person might be looking for is that what is that key thing you have got? You know, there's something must have struck you when you're reading that thing. Just put it on paper. You know, it's like and everybody does summary. Don't we do it? Everybody does summary. If something happened in town and you come home and tell your husband, what do you do?
No, Usman. If you tell your wife,
What?
if the man that tells the wife something, everything, you truly want to know.
And that book.
Keep quiet.
Okay. The man will look the same.
What is this? So what do it? Should be elaboration. Well, actually, as I was saying, I was thinking about how that I really, they will tell you the whole story. They need to hear, but this to some extent, we do summary, you know. So my point there is that people really do summary. You do come out, you write a very big book and say, what is it? You find that somebody will come out with it. And then why is that the exam might become a difficult thing? It shouldn't be. We all do, to some extent, summary, women of men. So write your understanding clearly and succinctly. Stay only with the author's ideas in the book. You will not go off point or add from other resources. Oh my God, I've seen students doing this a lot. Tell them to summarize. There are sometimes they ask you to bring some knowledge into what you are reading, but at times it's not just not necessary. If they say book summary, you don't go fishing on somewhere else. You stay with the book alone. That's very, very important. And instructor will give you the guidelines about the number of pages of paper that your summary should be. So book summary, that's for book summary. So no. Book critique, book review. How many of us have done this? Some of us have, I think I've given out book review, book critique, and all that. That's when you bring your own opinion seriously into it. When you're criticizing somebody, you have to give your own opinion about it, right?
Yes.
The book summary, you don't really bring your opinion into it. You just tell what the man has said. That's all. This is what the man has said, and all that. But book critique and book review, definitely you're going to bring your opinion into it, as to whether you agree or you don't agree what the person has said. Then your perspective towards it. So it's a critical evaluation of the content and purpose of the book or journal article. You know, in a critique, you analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the book or article you are reviewing. You give your review over it. So it's much as even after that one, when they give us, just look at the questions, look at what they expected you to do, and find out and do what being expected of you to do. Term paper is very broader a little. And they give you, say this is a term paper. This one, you expect you to get more materials. More materials. Term paper means that you want you to, it's an idea that I give it to you, or a topic that you have chosen, and they ask you to write on it. Of course, you'll be expected to bring relevant materials into it. So it's a mini research paper that's often required at the end of a course that you have taken. It tests your ability to formulate and support your arguments and take a position on an issue or topic. Often, I think this particular one will be like a term paper. So take a topic, write on it. I'm talking of academic writing. I think Dr. Omale gave a term paper or something at the end of it. You are either asked to choose a topic or you are given a topic to write on. A term paper helps you learn how to think critically over an issue. You will learn how to gather resources, gather material to assess the topic, analyze the material. That is, you have an issue you're writing, so you get other sources and go and find out what is important in other material that you have collected, and then you draw relevant points from the material you use to support what you are writing. That's what term paper is all about. And that's what we call it a mini research paper, because at the end of the day, the thesis we are going to do at the end of our program is a full-fledged research work. So term paper is just a small aspect of it. So it's good to know what each stands for and then be able to do that. Okay, I can just actually look at it, but we'll do this one in detail. So still on this issue term paper, it's continue. Some of the things that we expected on that term paper is that you will get some relevant material to help you answer the question or perform the keyword in your assignments. The required textbook can be helpful when we're writing our term paper, and suggested textbook are useful materials. Has anybody ever looked at that suggested textbook before? I know that students, once you're able to write the little one you want to write for the lecture,
I don't read that. Which one is that?
additional materials.
Okay.
Have you ever looked at it?
Sure.
You know,
I've done it once.
you have done it once.
I
Have you
did it
looked
on
at
my
it?
own.
You do okay on your own. I'm talking that for majority of students, including me sometimes when I was a student. I thought I'd be able to produce the assignment. You want to run for your dear life. I say, no, this one don't do. But really, to get the assignment, especially when we have a term paper. When we have a term paper, suggested materials are some things you can start with. Can start with. And some people, especially in the advent of this internet now, because some of them, you can have books online, library online, So if you go to suggested materials, and there's a secret, I don't know whether you know the secret. When you get a suggested material, just go to his own suggested material too. Hello?
Just go to
His own, what would they call it?
Bibliography.
God bless you. Bibliography and references. From there, you will have enough material for yourself too. Especially if they are online. You will not go and start looking for library. Once you are able to check, just what I'm saying, you will carry a book. The suggested material, they give you one or two. Now one are giving you a whole lot of books too. By the time you are getting your own point from me, you go and look at his own bibliography or his own references.
Materials you use.
The materials you use. From the materials you use, you can get a whole lot of materials yourself. You don't need to stress yourself so much. Go to library, just go for his own too. By the time you look at all that he has used, you will see what are relevant to your own work. And by the time you're able to lay your hand on one, you go to his own bibliography too, or references. It's from there, in fact, you have a whole lot of books in your hand that you're going to use. Especially if you're using online library. And nowadays many people is things online that so we have online library here too. If you get to library, you can also see the books on the shelves. Just as our librarian, it's better for you to go online because we are subscribed to libraries. We have 1 or 2 powerful libraries that we're subscribed to. So if you go around and you're checking all the books on this thing, don't waste your time too much with physical papers. Just tell him to open up the online library, and then you can all these books. And it's so easy to look for book now. It's not to feed it in. You feed it in, and they are bringing a whole lot. So life has become easy with internet. Research has become a lot easier. So that's how. So those suggested materials, you can use it for your own too. Okay, of course, when you're using materials, you use sound scholarly materials. That is, we need to sign, but we're still coming back to this. When you are writing your term paper, you need what we call scholarly materials. Sound is just an English word. Scholarly material that is not just a layman textbook. Sometimes you cannot just pick any shape and use for writing. You're going to use books that we call books that we say are scholarly. What we mean by that? That feed and have degree. That's what degree is. But that's just the use of degree. When you have a degree, what it says becomes more important. Even if you are saying the same thing as the other person.
Or less important.
Yeah, or less important. That's actually the truth. The person might be saying what you are saying, but because it does not have all those degrees to back up with him, they call him a layman. And what they call it, there's one another was straw man. I think they use straw man too, that is not learning in that area. But by the time you attach MA,
NBC.
They will not consider BA much. BA2 is okay, but they consider MA and everything. Say, hey, say something. And they can, but of course, at that time, you know, the reason why it's like that is that you have been learning enough to be able to say the truth, to be able to tell the truth, to be able to say things that are not legible in this area, and they can hold you responsible for what you have said. I think that's where the degree comes in. If you know, you have learned. It's like a doctor saying nonsense. They will question the MBBS or whatever he says he has. So that's actually where the degree is important now. You have been learned, you know it. You're supposed to know. So we can hold you responsible for teaching us bad things. But if somebody outside there that is telling Gbogbo and everything, say whatever he wants to say, even if he's wrong or right, there's nothing, you cannot hold him for anything, because when you go to him and say, well, you know, you can walk free. You know, so, and those people that have this degree too, they will not want to write nonsense because they know that they'll be called to question. You know, so that's where
In the same
they
society.
yeah, well, yeah,
But
they
I
will-
don't know, I've been called to them.
to be called to question. Well, I mean, let's talk about that, this situation, this matter now. They will call to question that why do you make this statement? Why this statement? And it can cost him a lot too. At the end of the day, it can actually cost him a lot. Okay, so let's use scholarly materials and how I think in this particular class too, the librarian is going to come and teach us how to harness or how to get scholarly materials. I think they're going to be there. So I'm sure he's going to come. But oftentimes he teaches in this class too, to come and show us. So please ask him, how do we get scholarly materials? What are the things to look for? What are the things to look for? There's some, so when you open your internet and see many things, you have to, what are the things to look for to know that this material, scholarly material. There's some sites you go to. There's some sites you go to. There's some way the web is arranged. So I think you will do a better job than that. That you will know how to scholarly materials. So yeah, Google Scholar, I think they said all of them. Yes, so they will show you where you can get this material from. Okay, so you have to interact with chosen materials. To interact with chosen material, very important. You just don't quote them, discuss, explain, and evaluate them. That's when you're writing your time paper. Don't overuse a single source. You know, I'm still going to come back to all this one, but on that time paper, just let me bring this one up. Don't overuse a single source. That means use many sources when you're writing. Okay, so still talking about planning. Plan the best time of the day or night to the work. I mentioned 4 points, and I'm talking briefly under each point. Plan a good time for you. You know the best time, plan it. And after you have planned all these things now. So what about, let me just go back a little. What we're talking about is we are still in the planning stage. When you want to write assignment, you plan. The first thing you do, you get to know what's been asked of you, the question, you understand the question very well. And then under that question, that's when I went to all this kind of book summary, book review, book critique. All those are the common things you are going to meet. So I just elaborated on them. Those are the common questions, common demands you are going to hear. All that. And then time paper, I went a little more to show you time paper involved a little more than book review and book summary. And so, and then the third one is that you plan after you have gotten your resources, the book summary, get your time, then you begin to write. Okay, so writing an essay assignment. Okay, so this section. Sorry, excuse me. Let me see my slides. Interesting. Okay, let me continue from there. So in writing an essay, the essential 3 parts in writing an essay. These are introduction, body, and conclusion. Now, what we're going to do at this session is to talk about when you have gotten all this in ready and you want to begin to write. How do you write? How do you write? I'd like to take us through it. I have much fun in taking us through. I know all of you know how to write. So indulge me as I take you through how to write. It's quite interesting. Again, I know some of you have been writing, but I find this quite interesting to see how to write that can help us. Some of us are quite not up to date about writing, but then writing means you keep learning, you keep writing, you keep learning, you keep writing, you keep learning, you keep writing. So in writing an essay, there are three essential parts: introduction, body, and conclusion. If you have that in your head, you're actually going to be a good writer. Everything falls in these three things very well. So I'm going to be juggling some many things because I want to go and show you an example. I'm going back front from some examples I have gathered that I'll be showing us. So what we mean that writing on 3 points, what do we mean by introduction, body, and conclusion? What does introduction entails? Introduction, as part of writing an assignment, what does introduction supposed to do? Introduction is a very important part of your writing assignment. Why? It provides the reader the importance of your essay, whether it's worth the read or not. You give us a topic. When somebody say a topic, if a captivating topic, and somebody wants to come and read, usually the person will go to the first line to come and read. But by the time you read first paragraph or second paragraph, it's going to stimulate his interest to continue or kill his interest because the person has something to say. So they usually say that your introduction must be powerful. You must be able to come into in such a way that it can grab attention. So you want to know, and there are things that should be part of your introduction in a very succinct manner. We talk about it, but let me just mention here that in all your writing, your introduction should be no more than 10% of your entire essay. So if you're writing a page, if all you want to write is a page, your introduction should be 10% of that page. Thereabout, it's not cast in concrete, please. It's not cast in concrete, but you should have an idea that if you also say you're writing a page and then your introduction is half page, you have killed the whole thing, then which one will you now write again? So it's always good to have an idea in your head that I must introduce. If I'm writing a page, then what I'm writing about is very small. So I can just introduce it to people. So it really helps. These are things that can help our writing to be good. Then in your introduction, there are things you have to introduce there. The purpose of why you're writing it or the problem. Is that the purpose why you're writing it? You don't say my purpose is really, but there's a way you say that you see the purpose, or they say what the problem is should be part of your introduction. Then in the introduction, you state your thesis, your position on the matter, what you think the solution is. You have to be very clear in your introduction. Your thesis is what we call it, your main idea. What are you really writing about? This then is your thesis must be well stated or presented in your introduction. And then, of course, the scope of your essay is very important too. When we talk about the scope of your essay, we can talk about how you want to go about solving the problem, how you address or argue the issue, what you will touch and what you will not dive into. There's a way the scope of your essay. And of course, if there are words that you are bringing in that many people don't understand, it would be nice to give a little explanation of that. Talking about introduction, let me see whether I can show you some things here. Let me pull out some things that can help us. Excuse me, let me just lay it out. Okay. Let me just pull this thing down. You saw them. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me show you this one first. Now, which how do I show you this? Sorry, I don't know whether you have put me on Zoom. Whether it's on Zoom, I'm doing this, I'm not. Pastor Carlo, please. Oh, I'm not on Zoom. What? Sorry, let me just. Because I'm trying to project some things. I don't know whether you're able to see it. What do you of our AC? Ah, is it reaching you people there? Ah. No, we're serious. You said on and on.
What you say now to regulate temperature and temperature.
Okay. Okay. This is a page. This is a page. Assume I'm writing a page, and the topic is lessons from David's sins as reported in 1 Samuel. As that's the topic. This is actually a page. That is, if you are writing introduction, this should be about 10%. Your introduction should be just as small as that. Then we'll see. No, we'll talk about three. That writing an essay, academic essay. The three essential parts: introduction, body, and conclusion. Also, if talking about the division of the body, it's suggested that introduction should be about 10% of your page. So that's what I try to see whether that's up to 10%. So you're going to have something like this with the page. With the introduction, body, conclusion. Something like this. That's what you see. So that's what I want to show you in that area. Then let me go to this one. Okay. So in your introduction, these three things should be part of it. Let the people, the reader know the purpose of the essay or what the problem is, should be in that introduction. Your thesis, your stand or your position, what you are writing about should be seen there. Then your scope should be seen in that place. Okay, let's look at this guy. If I reduce it, can we still see it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me help myself. So, let's have another one. Okay. I like this write-up by this one of our students. When I was looking for, I have some examples, and he has provided one of the good examples I like to use in class. One of our students wrote this one. Is his topic? Okay. Can I get his topic here? This is his topic. Effective pastoral care methods in mega churches. That's what he wants to write. That was what to write. And when I was looking for an example, I think we can draw an example from what he wrote. And I just look at what, see, this is all his introduction. I think The page is about 7 pages or 8 pages. So this is all about
It's a template.
the template. So I tried to divide it into 3, thinking that how can I make use of this? No. Personal care is an essential element of spiritual growth. There's always a little introduction, right? A little what we call it? Introduction to introduction. They call it the background, what we want to discuss. So I think that what he's trying to do about personal care is an essential element of spiritual growth in the church, And then this one I call yellow, to me, look at stating his purpose or the problem, what it's dealing with. So the proliferation of large congregation churches around the world makes it important that care of the members of the church be sustained and impactful by that. With large congregation, it's connect between the pastoral leadership and the church members may occur. As witnessed in the early church in Acts 6:1, mere murmuring of neglect arose and the number of disciples multiplied, and as shown the apostle respond to the problems, blah, 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 blah. But when I look at it to me, you can get the vibe of what he's going to talk about. He's trying to show you what the problem that look. There's always a disconnect between congregation and the pastor and all that. And so you give an idea what you want to write. Then the last one, to me, is telling you the scope. In this paper, I shall discuss model of pastoral care, examine some of the factors that influence the effectiveness of pastoral care, and to get framework for effective pastoral care in this large churches to foster growth and fellowship. So it's like he has made you know that what you're going to expect, that it's going to write. So this is not casting concrete. I'm just looking for something to show you that those 3 things can be part of it, just making your introduction very clear. That's just all the example I want to show there.
This is proper.
It said?
This is proper.
This is proper. Well, because another thing is that, and I was being cautious to say that sometimes all these elements might not be present.
Especially depending on the nature
Yes.
of the topic.
Depending on nature, yes.
If you've got to bring a thesis here, the introduction will be too large.
Sometimes all the elements might not be there. Sometimes the elements because sometimes when you are talking about the problem, you are actually, there's a way that can reflect your thesis. So what you're going to write about. See, I am very sensitive to no ill. That's why this anything which you put us, I am feeling it already that his place is I don't know, it's stuffy.
Yeah.
Me, I've started feeling stuffy already. Okay, bear with some of us like that. So let them go bring the remote. Okay, so that's just what I want to show in that place. If it makes some sense to us, then I go back to what we were talking about.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How possible is it for one to be mindful about these 3 sections: introduction, body, and conclusion, in each sentence or phrase? Is it possible?
No, it's the whole writing she's talking about.
Guide as you are writing.
Okay. Well, I don't know what I get to very well. What I'm talking, no, let me just what I'm talking about. If you are writing, whatever you are writing, you know that all your writing, if it's 3 pages or 4 pages, that all the content of it will be introduction, body, and conclusion. And I don't know whether you can rephrase the question again.
Okay, there are 3 parts:
Yes.
introduction, body, and
Conclusion.
conclusion. Now, can that be in each paragraph?
That was right.
That thing you're talking about is a style of writing, which actually I want to discuss with us. It's a style of writing. So you're jumping ahead when you're going there. You're actually going to read it. It's acceptable. It's even the most beautiful way of writing. It's more beautiful way. They call it triad. Triad, TRIAD. Triad is structural. A structural component of writing, and the name for it is triad. That is whatsoever you want to write, you should have that. That if you are writing a whole thesis, our whole thesis, master thesis, is introduction, body, and conclusion. Chapter 1 is introduction. Chapter 2 to chapter 4 is a body. Chapter 5 is conclusion. That is it. I said, if you are not want to write a whole chapter 1 itself, you're still going to follow introduction, body, and conclusion. That's your writing chapter 1. If you're writing chapter 2, you're still going to follow introduction, body, and conclusion. That is it for each chapter. And then if you now go into chapter 2 literature, which have done your introduction, body, and conclusion, and you're now taking a session, that session itself will go into introduction, body, conclusion, a session. And when you leave that session, you want to even do a paragraph, you can still go into introduction, body, and conclusion. That's what they call trial system. And you know what? As he said, it might be look as it's stressing you, but by the time you get into it, your reading will be so sweet. What you are presenting will make sense. You will know that some people they are writing, you are trying to find out what are they even saying. The jungle mongo, that's what I call it. The thing will just go up and down. The thing you cannot say, what is this person saying? Now bring the thing out, let me see. But the moment you are able to get out, I mean, it makes it to substance, it makes it to go straight to the point. You go to say to the point, and an introduction, just say this is what I want to say here. I will show you a master thesis that the person used it for his master thesis. And it makes it good, it's sweet. If you read that Smith used that all through. In fact, Smith promotes it and he uses it in his writing. You see, when you say somebody is a very good writer, it's not a matter of a big English. It's a matter of enjoying what the person is writing. It flows. You enjoy, and it makes sense. You are not looking for point up and down. The thing is just there. You can understand it. So try it. I'm actually proposing that people learn that triad. Triad makes reading sweet. It makes writing quite. So we'll go into it. As we are coming, I will show some master thesis. This guy tried to use it. So this person I show, he's not really into it, but there's somebody that got it. So I brought the thesis to show us how he uses it in his own too. Okay, so we are actually soon going to get there. Okay. So where are we? So but essentially when we write introduction, it's like you got to know that this is what should be part of it. We should let people know that what do I want to say here? That's all this thesis is that what do I want to say in this essay? What do I want to say? So it can come in the area of what's the first one? What is the first one we talk about? No, the thesis problems. Problem or purpose. You want to do, then this is your post. This is your main idea about this issue. See what I'm talking about, and then scope of the essay in case see what I will touch, what I will not touch, and thereabouts. You move on. Then let's look at the body. Now look at the body. So after you have introduced what you want to say, the body is actually body. Body means that you want to elaborate. You want to elaborate. So the body is the main part of your assignment. You have told us what the problem is. So what are you saying about it? You have told us your standpoint, that is your statement, your thesis statement. You want to say how you will develop it. You say, I do. This is what I'm saying about it. David was a wicked king. You want to show David was a wicked king. It's okay. That is your idea. Made idea. It's not working. Okay.
The battery is not working.
I'll check. I think it's a battery.
That you have dropped. You are dropping it on Pastor.
No, it's not. No.
It's not Richie.
It's not.
Okay. It's your leg. Hide your leg.
It's on your leg now.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So sorry.
I'll-
Or maybe you come to the back. That's that side there. Some of us are older than you. I'm really more. Yeah. Well, sorry. Your body are different.
Some
Actually.
people have AC in their health. I'm not fortunate to have it.
They have AC in their.
Their bodies are not. Me, I don't have so. There's not now.
So let's look at the body. Body is the main part of your assignment where you want to elaborate, argue your case, or show for what you mean. When you say David was a wicked king, I want to talk about the sins of David, how wicked was. You have told us that David was a wicked king. But what make you tell us that David was a wicked king? When you get to the body, you have to explain yourself. You have to show all the reasons why you say David was a wicked king. So it's in body you develop your argument. Whatever you are saying, you want to see it and you have to say it. That's why critical thinking is very important. Logically and critically, you have to be able to say it. So your body is being part of your assignment. You should take 80 to 9% of the essay. That's why the diagram I showed you before. You see the body, how long the body is. Here you develop your argument. But please, I use the main argument. Argument does not mean you argue. Sometimes you argue, sometimes you state your position. You know, because oftentimes you are arguing for a position. You are saying this is it, and then you are not telling us why this is it when you are writing. That's all. If you are writing a book is only one statement. A big book, somebody has something to say, and they broke it down into pieces of chapters. That's what they call your thesis is just one thing. That's one thing you want to say. One information. But then, in order for people to be able to receive it, but you are going to now giving us break it down into it's like this book. I don't know whether you have seen this book before. We use it in marriage. Okay, I think we are in marriage class. This man, Emerson, love and respect. Yeah, is it more than love and respect? Hello, all of us that use that book. Is it not what you want to tell us? It's love and respect. It's as simple as that. But do you see how voluminous that book is? And then, so now want to start breaking it down into what does it mean to love your wife, or what does it mean to respect your husband, and they try to show us. So all about that is just talking about one thing: love and respect. So oftentimes the idea is one, but then you have to really convince the person about this idea. So David is a wicked king. Thank you. That's your statement. How? What shows it? Now begin to show us in the body. And then you have to think through it. How can I logically present it? That was talking. So here you develop your argument, you support your idea with reason and evidence. Make it simple and clear. You might just need one levels of headings. We'll talk about headings later. But the idea is make it simple and clear. Some of us are blessed to know English, to know big English. Some people are very good. And when they speak when they bring one word, it encompasses a lot of meaning. Thank God, make good use of it. But make sure that you use it very well. But some of us are not that very gifted in knowing big English. Just make it as simple as you can. Hello? Make it as simple as you can. Don't go into that's why that Smith book I really like, man. The man is so what will I say, so clap for as a very intelligent man. But read his textbook. It will be as if he's talking to primary school students. So he believes in simplicity. So clear. But then you read your book, you read one line, you read the 2 lines, read the 3 lines, you say, excuse me, what does he say? What is he saying? So I have to be very careful. Make it simple and clear. Majority need one level of headings. We'll talk about that one level of headings. Okay. That's actually been proposed that if you're not writing too many pages, one level of heading is important. We'll get that. I will explain more about that one later. If the instruction does not provide an outline, you must develop a simple. Still talking about the body that can make your body work. Sometimes instruction does not provide you an outline. Okay. Let me show us this. Okay, this person. Lesson from David Singh as reported in 1 Samuel, blah, 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 blah. This introduction, this is part of it. When we go to the body, let me reduce it. Okay, so this is the body. All this body, you see the body, I put a line on the body. Okay. What we are trying to say is that when you're writing a body, just to make it very acceptable to people, it's always good to break them into sessions. Let me see that. You make your plan and say, I want to talk about lesson from David Singh as spotted. So what is it? Maybe this person broke into causes, character, consequences, cures. It's good to that one got one level of heading. So just like in order to just write, and I find this thing very, very important because somebody wrote a textbook, wrote a nice book. If you see the cover, beautiful, very cover beautiful. But when you open it, you can go for 10 pages. You just like this one, not broken into sessions. You will just for that just destroy the book entirely. It become ugly.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? That you're opening pages, especially children even hate that one. Adults can manage, you know, but most of us we are children in the heart too. Because me, I could not manage with that book at all. You will just go, you open 30. This one said you open up to 20 pages. You just going straight. Number one, it's tiring. You cannot be able to read it. It's like you do not see the side, you don't see the end in sight. It's not motivating. It's not motivating, it is tiring. And in jungle mongo, my own language, just like that. But can you imagine if it's breaking them into there's one point you want to talk, just give it a small heading. The causes of this, and then you deal with that causes of this thing and then you have finished that one. Then you bring another one, the character of this person, you talk about it. So it actually helps to read, you know. The idea of writing is you want people to read it. So it's kind of help people to be able to assimilate it better. So that's what we're talking about, that when you are writing your body, don't just go be pouring everything out. Think about it and break it into sessions. One head is okay. One level heading is okay. Just, you know, when you are doing your planning, you know what you want to say about David's scene as reported. But then you can now break it into, it's organized. So that way the thinking is you're organizing it. Organize it. The person has organized it into causes, character, consequences, cure, and you make people to be able to understand it. That's what we're talking about in that place. So in your body, often they will not tell you this is what you break into these sessions. Nobody will tell you to break it into sessions, but you yourself should find out breaking it into sessions yourself, such a way to be well acceptable to somebody. So that's what we are talking about. One level heading means just one level. Like the courses, you just talk about courses, character, you just talk about it, and that's what will be in that area. So if the instruction does not provide an outline, you make an outline for yourself. Make an outline for yourself, and then write under it.
You say one level heading.
One level heading. There are several levels of headings.
But what you are explaining is not one level.
No, this level, one level heading. One level, because what we mean by one level heading is that one level is let's say, let me choose a David Sims. That's all I can remember now. David Sims. So this is in the one level heading, that this is the real.
The essay title.
This is the essay title.
Yes.
So we want to make it very easy. And this is assuming you have done your introduction, you are in the body, and the body is going to be this long. I don't want to make it a block, you know. So you break into session for yourself. You can say, let me say,
Causes of his sin.
causes of his sin, causes of sin, one level. You can say, what can I say? Character, let me use that as character. That's another level. This is one level. What it means is that it's causes of sin. Like I said, causes of sins with Bathsheba, causes of sin with Abigail, causes of sin. You're going to another level. What I'm saying, I'm going to different levels.
Like 1.1.
So when I say one level, means that since you are writing a very specific one, that one less 1, 2. So one is one level means that stay at this level, don't go to another level. You know, it's possible to go causes of sin in Abigail. Another Abigail, you have another sub. We will not get another sub.
Okay.
Another sub.
Hear that all this one.
Another sub. Sub. Before you know it, that you have confused yourself and confused yourself.
I don't know what you are writing now.
I didn't get it.
We are talking of an assignment. The pages of it. You're talking about, you're not writing a thesis, 20, 50 pages, or if you're writing 300 pages of thesis, don't definitely you're going to have
Of course.
levels. You're going to have different levels. Though, oftentimes 5 levels in the Turabian. We are using Turabian style of writing, academic writing. It's 5 steps. What do you want to write that you don't have in 5 steps? You're going to confuse yourself because you're going far one and go 5 steps. I've not reached there. We're going to go to 5 levels of. We have not reached there, but we're going to go there. When you are writing in Turabian style, you have 5 levels. We have the first level. This one I'm talking about, the second level, you see the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. But for an assignment, I don't think any assignments are past 3 levels. 3 levels of assignment. So that's what I mean. So what the idea is that an assignment, and when we're taking of assignment, I don't think any assignment past 15 pages. 15 pages. Oftentimes 12 to 15 pages. Have you done more than, have you given more than 15 pages?
No, 10, 12.
10, 12, 15, highest. Has anybody done 20 pages assignment? Wait, no. 12, 15. Oh, definitely, that's the size. 10, 12 is the size. And if it's really 15, but 20, no, for assignment. So 20, I don't think we have gone to 20. Probably, I know 15 is possible, but 20 is getting,
I think
Guess
this,
simple.
this introduction, body and conclusion. Since I've read this book, I've just seen it almost, so that almost each book of the Bible is also written in that format.
okay.
That's Genesis 1:1. God created heaven and earth. Then verse 2 to verse 30, the body. 31, conclusion.
Okay.
And some books are
I've not looked at the Bible. I've not looked at the Bible.
He doesn't follow the opposite.
I've not seen the Bible and that, okay? But that would be nice to go and explore it, you know. I want you to go to explore it and see how it fits into it. But generally, that's how writings is, you know, introduction and that. So talking about the body now. Okay, so what's part of the body again? Of course, you should not focus on arguing for position you have taken. You should now focus on arguing for the position you have taken. You are not interact with all the relevant materials you have on the thesis. That is in your body, that's where you interact with all, especially if you are doing a term paper, a mini thesis. You can interact all the sources of all your other additional materials, you interact with them. When we talk about interaction, what do you mean? You reason with them. You just don't. At master level, don't expect it to just carry the thing and just slam it back up. You can actually, there's a little interaction about that. In talk of interaction, what do we mean by that? I mean, it's like a engagement, you know, because you have a topic, you have something you are talking about, and this person's idea is this one. So is that for it or against it? And you can, in your own writing, you be able to show how it supports your own, how it supports your own, or how you are it does not support your own. So it's just like a dialogue. So cut out everything that does not help to develop your thesis, your main idea. Let everything you write contribute to make an important point about your thesis. I think this is very obvious, but actually I've seen people not doing that. They can bring, they're talking about something else, and then what they are writing about is different from that. You know, I have, of course, that you might think it's not possible, but very, very possible. Somebody is saying this thing, and the point is bringing something in that does not even align what you're writing. So the idea is, whatsoever things you are writing must be for or against or with what you are writing. Nothing should be, there's only an outlier, something that it does not make sense in what you are talking about. So everything must go in line with each other. Develop the idea in a logical way. Talking about the body, these are points that can help us write a good body. Develop the idea in a logical way. The body of the essay not only develops a central idea, it develops the idea in a logical way. That is in a way that it makes good sense to you, and most especially to those that read your essay. And this one, let me show you. I don't know whether you have understood what I'm saying there. Write it in a logical way. But let me show you. In this course, I do a lot of showing. I like this. I pick this one out. Here, as I was just reading through this piece again yesterday, I found that you did a good job in that. You did a good job. By the way, you got A inside that thing. Biblical and contemporary models of pastoral care. Talking about let your body be logically, and let it be logical and well arranged. You did a good job in this one. He said biblical and contemporary models of pastoral care. So you want to give us, well, let's say, a rundown of biblical and contemporary models of pastoral care. And when it started, you know what I love about what he did? The Bible gives us various models. So you see, he's introducing it. The Bible gives us various models of pastoral care as it relates to rapidly growing populations. He started from Moses. Moses' model of pastoral care in leadership of Israel was first to provide guidance for them in the knowledge of God and relationships to one another. He moved from Moses. He moved to who? He moved to David. Do you see how he's coming? He's coming from Moses to David. He did not put David before Moses. This is logical. Do you see? This is where it's going, sir?
I think that, though I wanted to wait to ask this question, but I think I can ask. And majorly when we are writing paper like this, oftentimes my argument, I discover that if I want to find, compare what I have
Your
in
brain.
mind with materials I have,
Mm.
most of the time I see those materials, a little bit shifting me to another.
Okay.
So I usually struggle with it.
Material will shift you to another.
Yes, for instance, I have a concept in my heart concerning that topic. But I discovered that most of the materials I have do not actually
Fitting
fit in
the idea.
the ideas. And because I must have references. So often I discover that I will have to bend my
Your own idea.
ideas.
Now, hopefully you have a writing that can be like that. Because when you're having see, one of the greatest part of writing is finding relevant materials. Oh my God, that thing can be very frustrating sometimes. You're very frustrated. You know, when I was doing my PhD, you spend the whole week trying to get one source. In fact, you feel like tearing your paper. And I found my husband going through it. He said, can you imagine that I sat down here and I cannot compare with him in searching materials out. But he said he sat 2 days and tried to look for a material he couldn't find. And he cannot continue. You have to be stuck there until you find what can he succinctly use to prove these points. Me, it took me 1 week to get only one, and I know that if I do not find something to support that thing, I cannot go. Because if they find me out, if they find out that I brought out an idea that I want to use, and it's not corresponding with nothing supporting it, where did I get it from? Where did I get that? That is most of the writing. So it depends on which kind of writing we are doing. That particular thing I want to use, I knew that there's no way I can put it in my pro, and I go without anybody challenging it when I go for defense. They will challenge it. Why can you do this thing? And I wanted to do it because I knew biblically that it is right. But I have to find somebody. But in our own, I did a secular university. I cannot bring Bible in to support my points. I have to go and look for somebody that said something in that direction. Oh my good God, I searched. And God being good, I was able to see something that I craftily manage it, maybe to fit. Because they will ask, what gave you assurance this thing is true? So that's what I'm talking about. So meaning that my point there for you is that have you really gone to look for source material? You cannot carry the material, want to fit it to your ideas. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You have to keep looking. Yes, that is the job. You have to keep looking until you find. In fact, you have to search libraries upon libraries. Sometimes you go from one library to another, looking for asking for somebody to say something, or you just discard that idea. Is that
In this case, the source you are looking for, somebody put there.
yeah?
Now, before that person writes it, maybe somebody have written something related. Now, somebody must have started this thing.
That's right.
Right? Then if it happened that the idea you are bringing now, nobody have written anything about it. And if people try to justify it and they seek facts, is it that it's not going to be accepted because nobody have written something about that?
Okay. Hey, good point. Yes, you can bring in ideas. You can, but definitely that what we normally call it in this is only got a contribution to knowledge. You can bring it in. You can bring contribution into knowledge. So you can really bring it in. You can, but you cannot go to an ivory tower that is standing by itself. You see that you are going to disagree with somebody. You are going to say, these are what all these people have been saying. All these people, they have been saying this, but this is what you are saying. It's a different thing. But you have to have previous knowledge of what other people are. Sorry, sir, please don't forget. Before you can say this is what I'm saying, you have to know what other people are saying first. You may not agree with them. You don't need to agree with them, but you'll be able to show That is what they have all been saying. But for me,
My own.
I've not told this
I
one.
read a book that said,
I'm
if
saying
you
this
are
one.
taking a stand like that, there must also be reference to some people who are also shown a kind of disagreement with, although may not actually be exactly what you are, but you must have shown one or two persons who is saying something
The
different.
same thing as, and that's what I'm talking about. Like you're saying, you have to, it's like, you have to know what people are saying before you say, this is not right, this is not right. I said, okay, what is not right?
It's all right.
What is not right? Tell us. I don't, I'm trying to remember something I got up my head, but let me just let him talk. What that
Not just support what you're saying. The idea is there must be an existing principle. If it's not an idea, then there should be an existing principle
Yeah.
to support what you're
guys.
But in that case, you will need more research work. I mean, original research work. That will compensate for literature. That you may lack to a large extent. Because all the things we are circulating now, we are calling knowledge. Some people work to bring them out originally. So, and that's actually what really contribution to knowledge is. It's not just these many circulations that we are doing. So that it's more tasking. That's what I'm saying. You will have to go to the roots, you have to bring it out and move it from your works
Without the evidence.
for it to be, yes, actual. That's the
But all this we are talking about is actually going to be when you're doing big research work. But when we are doing assignments and everything,
no.
when we are doing our assignments and then your master thesis will be introducing that, but it's only when it's on the, maybe you want to write a book or you are doing a doctoral thesis and you cannot just bring anything in. You have to really prove that you know what you're talking about. But I think an assignment too, but to actually go for a good assignment too, if you want to really become scholarly, you go to find out. You cannot just, if an idea is in your head and you want to write it down for us, it depends on, well, you can, but you cannot just, the problem is that when you're saying that an idea or a fact, this is a fact, that's where your koala is. Your fact based on what, how, where, but you're writing a reflection. I mean, you can put everything in your brain and your mind down to everything. You can put it down, that kind of a thing. So it depends on what you are writing. But you cannot, one thing you should not do, don't go and tell the book what the book is not saying. Don't say it is saying it. Don't turn it like this one. You say what you are not saying. Let's not.
Okay, but what about if that write-up is your own personal experience?
That's your book. You can write your own book. No, that's why, I mean, everybody can write any beautiful book, academic business.
Right.
Well, yes, so you can write, anybody can stand up and write any book. But that's why not every book can be brought into it. Like some people will write a book and come and donate to us. Our librarian said, he will not collect. Do you collect every book? I've seen him reject, hey, wait. Then you have to check how scholarly the book is before you collect. And he has his criteria that he used to bring it in. When any book is in our library, so to speak, we say it's scholarly because we expect our librarians to have done a good job to say not every book can come. But we have lay books, so we book that we can read for inspirational knowledge.
Yes.
And they're beautiful ones. So all those kind of books are inspirational books and everything. And of course, nobody will hold anybody. You can write what it is my problem if I read the book. Nobody can hold anybody responsible. So those are inspirational knowledge, books. So okay. So I just want to show the logical thinking, which makes book very interesting. So you fall from, you are saying just writing, but you see that he has put thoughts to it. He started from Moses. Can you imagine if you started from David and then go to Moses and then go to Jeremiah and this one?
I was going to ask about that. But, I don't think all the time sequence is it. There are times that we want to make some strong points. Sequence may have to be compromised. For example, it's not every reference, even in referencing of scriptures. There are times that your Bible scripture may be the New Testament. The one in the Old Testament may actually be support.
Oh,
so
that is
by the time you bring it in,
that is.
I'm just giving an example.
Yes, I agree. I know where you're going. That is totally true. But it depends on what you are writing. You see, everything has to depend on what the point you want to make, but then the point you want to make must be logically arranged. True. The point you want to make must be logical. If I start from Revelation, your points are making, if you are talking about the comeback of Jesus Christ, definitely you're not going to go you're not going to go to Genesis or Old Testament.
It depends.
Yeah, that's I'm saying. It depends. Depending on what you are talking about, depends on where but you have to make logical sense.
But the point I'm trying to make, because I want to be clear, is that logic is not necessarily sequence. I don't know. It's not necessarily.
No, I'm showing this logical one, but I don't know what you mean by logical and not sequential.
Logic has to do with flow of the thoughts.
Yes.
Rather than sequence of events.
No. One aspect, definitely. One aspect of this logical thinking of the flow of thought that you used to, because it fits into its work. That is, but the logical does not mean you have to flow chronological sequence or anything. No. But it's just that it must just, let me say, it must make sense. You must be able to see the way it flows. Probably
just to do his own.
Yeah. No, of course, what he's talking about shows that he has to go this way. He's trying to give a history. When you want to do history of Nigeria,
Once
you say history, you have to start the history the way it's supposed to be started.
Topic has limited you.
That is it.
Nigeria department.
Mr. Jimati.
That's not from 20 years ago.
So which means that just have to flow by the level of relevance, not by chronological.
Anyway, I think we understand what we're talking about. Let it make sense. Let it be logical. Let it make sense. Let it not be just up and down, not getting. Actually, that's the great point there. Sequence can enter it. Sequence might not enter it, but it must flow well. We are talking about. But if you are doing it with history, you have to put that kind of sequence into it. All right. So I actually like the way you did that. The way he did that in that place. Okay. So I think we are done with this. The argument was convincing. For each point you make to support your thesis, you may give adequate evidence and analysis of that. So let's move from that. Conclusion. Let's go to conclusion. We have talked so much about the body, but there's conclusion is the third part of it. Introduction. Body is your major argument, showing what you mean and all of that. Conclusion. The goal is to bring to an end your essay. It should occupy about 10% of your entire essay as well. And in conclusion, you will do a brief review of the purpose of the essay, summarize the arguments you made in the body to fulfill the purpose or to supply answer to the question, to state your conclusion, blah, blah, blah. Simple. Not many people do conclusion well. That is true. Not many do conclusion well. But conclusion should be conclusion. You should be able to state a little of what you are trying to talk about. This is the purpose, and this is my final submission. To me, that's conclusion. This is what I'm trying to say. This is the issue, the purpose, or the problem, and this is what I'm submitting as my submission. Let me just use that word. This is my submission on that. If you want to give a little suggestion, you can come in. But one thing is sure for conclusion: don't bring a new idea. Hello, you don't bring what? You don't bring a new idea. Don't say something you have not said before. And the conclusion is conclusion. So don't say something you have not said before. Don't bring it in. In fact, quotation is not even needed in that place. So Pretoria 218, according to Smith, this is what they say, okay, don't introduce new ideas, don't use direct quotation, yes. Don't give detailed explanation of anything, you just go to the conclusion. And that is why if you want to do review, you want to do book review, if you don't have time, very, very simple. Because if you have done a good book, if you look at the person's contents, you will have seen the breaking down of the chapters. You can have a good book, if you look at their content, you will know what the person wants to talk about. Because you have broken it down into things that can make sense. And if you read the introduction, maybe chapter 1 or preface or whatever, and you read the conclusion, honestly, you have an idea what the person will say. Yes. Idea, you might not have supporting argument, but you have. So when they say we should do book review, actually, they're introducing us to be able to know many, many books. I know some, let me not use the word, I want to say crazy lecturer, I can give you 10 book reviews. The action, that's all. But tell book review. Actually, what he's trying to do is introduce you to books that you can use. And those 10 books, you can actually do it. Because, well, you know, can actually get that book, quite a good book, and you survey. You survey the contents, you look at the preface, you look at the headings, look at the conclusion. But actually, you are finished, you have an idea. The day you need a book in that area, you will remember it. You will know that this book says something. Then you can now go and open it and then do in-depth study.
So is the introduction, the preface, the subheadings, and the conclusion.
You have to read them.
Not exactly, but
I can give an idea
yeah.
of what the book is all about. Of course, we look at maybe, and if you want to go in there, you can look at the chapter, look at the introduction of the chapter. Introduction of a chapter can give an idea of that chapter. The conclusion of that chapter can give you, because you're saying one thing in that chapter.
Yeah.
You're just elaborating it. So book review can be done as easy as that. When you are tight with time, you can just use that. Somebody cannot really be done. At least you have to know what the person is saying. Okay, so, okay.
I think it's just like what they teach in public speech. So you tell us what you want to tell us. Then you tell us. Then tell us what you want to tell us.
Tell us what you want to tell us.
Tell
Then
us.
tell us.
Then tell us
Tell
what you want
us
to tell
what-
us. That's introduction body.
Well, thank God for people and going here who they have tried. Okay, let's just look at important principles of academic writing. And some of them we have, like you said, some of them we have spoken again. We're going to go around it again, but I think we should just look at some things that should not be done, some things that should be done. But before we go, let's note some things. No ambiguity in scholarly writing. Ambiguity, what does it mean? Don't be confused. Don't be confused. Don't say what you are not saying. Don't do what you are not saying. Ambiguity, I mean, don't ambiguity. Let's know what you are saying. Just be clear. Let's just be clear. Actually, when I went back to school, as I've been introduced into writing, one of the things that touched me most is discover that what will I say? Writing bogus things does not really make you write an expert, most scholar, a big scholar. No. See, one of my professors said something that touched me today. She was just saying it's imperfect. He said when many people were struggling with the artists and all that, she said, as far as she's concerned, the best thesis is that when I call you and say, come, what is your thesis? And say, come and tell my grandmother
Yes,
in your dialect what you want to do and how you're going to do it. If my grandmother can understand, then you have passed. And that thing stuck with me. He said you have passed. He said, if you say you have much knowledge, you should be able to break it down. But if after you stand up, you talk, and after you finish, everybody look at each other and say, excuse me.
What did he say?
Oh, what did he say himself? Say you have not communicated.
That's communication is about what
And you have not communicated and you have not changed life. You have not done anything. Which is actually true. So if you come preaching and you preach, and you show everything, and after you have led them, it's the person say, excuse me, what did they say we should do? What's the preaching? Where is the preaching about? What did they say we should do? What they say we should not do? What are you taking home?
Every time you are not communicating.
What are you taking home? And the person does not know it. Then what have you done? Actually, that's actually to me, it just makes sense. And for that, after that thing really touched me, that if you want to even preach, whatever you want to do, it's not to come and show that I can preach, I can teach, I can deliver lecture. What is that thing you want to communicate to the person? That when the person leaves that place, you can make good use of it. And because of that, you can discover that you call the professor that knows so much can teach primary school students. They say this is the cocoa, this is the thing. You just saying it. And that's actually writing. That's why actually when I read the book, the Smith's book, even when I look at it, I said, this man is a very intelligent person. Because it makes you so clear. Some things, I think I praise that man because I really like the man's book. I really like that man's book. He make research work so easy. And he's been praised for it. He said even himself, it took him time to do that too. Same himself, he has gone around, he has supervised so many students and discovered that what are we even doing? Before he started thinking about it, say, look, his life should not be this difficult. And then, so no ambiguity in scholarly writing. Let's write for clarity. Practice produces progress. That's very, very important. I need to know it. So that's encouraging for all of you. It was encouraging for me that nobody was born a good writer. Some were born, maybe, but not all of us. The most percentages of us are not born as what I call it, expert writers. So practice produces progress. The more you engage in writing, the more you write better. That is just the principle of writing. The more you engage in writing, the more you write. The more you speak better. The more you write better you get. Then learn how to write. We have to always keep learning how to write. We keep on learning on it. Learn how to write. And that's part of what we're doing today. And share your ideas too. It's very, very important. Okay. So we are back to that question you asked me. Talking about some principles that can help in writing. So we're going to talk about some principles. After we have gotten the idea of introduction, body, conclusion, we fix it in our head. Then I want to write what is in my introduction. I want to write now. That the concept paper the doctor is going to give you to ask you to write a mini thesis. The first question is that, what is my topic? Hello, what is my title? You get your title. Then what is introduction? What is the problem? What is the purpose? Okay, what is my idea concerning it? Okay, so what am I going to touch? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? Which aspect am I going to talk about to elaborate my points? So that's just the purpose. What am I going to talk about? You have to know what you're going to talk about. If you know what you're going to talk about, you can go and talk about all the things that does not concern you. Once you get this one right, then you guide your body. Okay, how do I prove my points? How do I solve this problem? What are the best things I can put down to solve this problem or to prove my point, to argue my case for this topic? How can I best argue it? And when I finish arguing it, let me conclude. So we conclude by saying, this is the problem. This is my stand on this problem. Full stop. As simple as that. So those are the key things about writing. Now we are now looking at different small principles that can help our writing be good. And that's where we come back to triads. Structure for your writing for maximum clarity. And I think what we say, triad is a 3-part structure of introduction, body, and conclusion. It helps to structure your writing at all levels. It is used at thesis level. In thesis level, chapter 1 is the introduction. Chapter 2 down to 4, as we said, is the body. The chapter 5 is the conclusion. And then when we get to chapter, now let me pick this other master textbook for us now and bring it out. My God. I'm so like this. Let me pick okay, this is chapter 2. So, no, this is a master thesis. I have chapter 1 to 3 of this person's master thesis. This is chapter 2. Do you see the introduction? This is the introduction. Chapter 2 is talking about current state of church engagement in poverty alleviation. That's the introduction. That's the introduction. I think it's about 10 pages or 15 pages. So that's our introduction, then continue. Now, what was the point I want to bring that here now? Okay. So is 3-part structure of introduction, body, and conclusion. Okay. I think this is what I want to bring out here. That this chapter 2, triad is being used. This is the topic. You see the introduction in chapter 2. This is the introduction, and the person continue, and goes into all things. Now, at this point, I need to show you this. I put that line on top of it is that not every time we write introduction. This introduction is in our mind. We don't put introduction there. No, some things take introduction. But in fact, which article I was reading from Liberty University yesterday. Liberty University, they make it clear that you have the introduction, but you don't put introduction there. Some people don't accept it. It depends on which style of writing. There are different style of writing, which I'm going to show us. When I was writing legal, we use APA. APA, Association of Psychological, what is it? Association of Psychological American Association, the American Psychological Association use APA. They have a different styles of writing. You will see MLA, whatever they mean by MLA. You here we use Torabia, Chicago University. Different universities choose the style of academic writing, and under that style, even to the what they call dots, comma, they have their style.
Wow.
References have their style. Your writing style have their style. Your formatting have their styles. And so if your school have chosen a format, just go and buy that book and flush yourself with that style. Here we use Torabia and Chicago, meaning that book has been given to you. Doctor not give that book. Is it on LMS?
Yeah, it's on LMS.
It's on LMS. Torabia, Chicago. Oh, okay. Pastor Kari will still come and do this thing. Under this course, you have to go and show us elements again today. Okay. And by the way, let me apologize. Let me tell you what is going on so that you can forgive us. I don't like going back and front. Now, and the issue is that we ask students that when you want to submit something, Google Drive, right? Go to your Google Drive and to your file. What happened is that we have been using MLS before. This particular thing you're using, what we're using before. But when we have problems with our website and all that kind of a thing, we was suspended. But right now, we are able to work on our website, our everything is working well. So we now want to return back to it. And I always want to Google Drive and Folder, please forgive us. So you actually are the class we are using to, it's your class that we are using to try. That's strong. You are not the guinea pig. We are using your class to do it again. Hopefully the LMS will work well. You will really enjoy the LMS if it works well. So please bear with us. We are using the class to say, okay, let's see how it runs with this class to know whether we can go back to the LMS. LMS is better. So everyone, even me, I've forgotten it. I have to start learning that LMS thing. Okay, so please forgive us for that back and front, back and front, but bear with us. So, so that Torabia Chicago style of academic writing, you have to have it. You have to have it. If you're a good student, you will have it. Don't overlook it. And it's good to be a good student. Because I know what, once you get into it, you just become you. Like me, I'm just learning Torabia, and I was schooling APA. By the time I was finishing my program, APA was dropping from me. You know what is APA? Even when I see your references, I don't need to see it twice. I will know that comma you put there is not comma. That comma is supposed to be here. That full stop is supposed to be here. Just looking at it alone, because these are the things we learn. You learn that style. So we use Torabia here. So you learn this style. So other Torabia, I don't even know whether it's used introduction. But in that school liberty, they don't use that. Meaning that you are writing your articles, you write introduction without writing introduction. It's not going to be a paragraph. Going to be a paragraph or two paragraphs, and then you continue to your body, and we don't put body, and you don't put conclusion. Everything will synchronize. Everything will just flow. And I can show you. Let me go back to this guy. Look at it. So this is it. He put introduction. Maybe because we still accept introduction here. But if you see the body, you don't see body. He has not put the body. The body starts from here. You see, he's just flushing the body into it. You put introduction, we could have put body here, but in fact, there's no academic style of writing. You see body, you don't see body. But then when you get to, it's man got body. So instead, when you get into the body, you just do the subdivisions and all that. And let me see whether you did conclusion. Usually, conclusion is always producing conclusion. Don't even do the conclusion. So sometimes you don't do conclusion. When you get to conclusion, you just say paragraph. So okay. So that's just the point I want to make here. Body, this and that, it's not always there. It's not always there, but you have it in mind about what you're writing. So here, this person master's degree, they use another style. I don't even know the name they use. I don't know whether it's they have one name like that they use. So, and I know that he did it according to the academic style of that university. Oftentimes, when you go on Google and go and check Torabia Chicago style, you will see a caveat. They will say follow your institution's demand or stuff. No matter if you use Torabia Chicago, they will still put it there. Say if your institution demands something, you follow your institution. It's always like that. Though you're UTB and Chicago, but some different universities can have a little differences. So you follow your institution, what they want you to do. And I think we have our own style here too. So now the point here is that this is the topic for chapter 2. This is the introduction. And after introduction, it flows into body, without writing body. So all this one, often what you will see is that they divide the body into sections and it's continuing. That is here. Okay, which point am I missing? So triad. So he's doing that introduction, body, and conclusion. Now, to make his work very sweet, introduce triad in all level of his own writing. You know, so you find that he's introduced into a section. Let me show you one of the section, how it is play out. Let me show you why it's play out some of the section. There's a section. Okay, let me use this section. Just see this one. Okay. Let's see if we'll go for a break now. Sorry. Let me do this one. I think okay. This is it. So I'm talking about section triad now. Triad of a section. See, this is my own opinion. That when this person writes about physical structure and segmentation, he starts by introducing physical structure and segmentation you both want to write in that section. Most of the residents of the informal settlement mainly live in makeshift stick woods and houses. That's introduction. He now described what he means by that. They live in makeshift houses. See, that's how describing what the wooden house look like, what the settlement look like. He described it. And then this condition may have compounded already bad nutritional situation. That's conclusion, as well as what we call transitional treatments into the next level. So oftentimes, you might either use conclusion or use transitional statement. I like transitional statement a lot if it's possible to introduce to the other one. So all these are just skills of writing. That's all. Styles that make people work to look beautiful. If you see some people that use it, you really love to do that justice. So it's something that you can adopt, unless you have another style of writing that you know that works well for you. I think maybe there's some other styles. So that's what I want to show you. So what my brother was asking that time is that triad can be used even in a section. And some people say triad can be used even in a paragraph. I've not really know how to, I don't think I've ever tried using triad in a paragraph, but I've tried to use it in a section. I try to use it in a section by section I can use it. But in a paragraph,
It's doable, but
it's doable, but I've not been able to.
very serious.
Because from paragraph, to chapter, section, the body,
Yeah.
always.
It's good to use it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The flow.
Yeah, give it a flow. So it's like an architectural design, right? You sit down when you want to write, you get your topic out. Now begin to say, okay, what I want to write. Okay, what are the points I need to make this one work? You draw your points out. When you know the points is okay, this one can now enter a flow. Okay, let me break this one into a session. So in this session, what am I saying? In this small session, what is just in? So you're thinking of what is that short thing I want to say? What is only one? It's a lot of thinking. But once you get that thinking through and you have done your design, your writing will be sweet. It will be fast, and your reading will be sweet.
And even in defense,
And even in
you
defense,
can connect.
so easily. In fact, defense will not even be too wahala-ish because the
Because the readers will be-
it will just be sweet. It will just be sweet. That's just it. If I can put it to work, that's just it. So but it is doable, very doable. It just takes work. I mean, many of us have tried to use it and find it actually interesting.
So that's another topic of learning. How do we,
It's practice.
practice?
The body, the structure is here already.
Yeah.
Introduction, body, and conclusion. It is learning how to think. Actually, it's more of thinking now. How to think and be saying, I want to build a house, block after block. Which is the block? You have to think, and I think you're able to map it. This is what you want to write. Then you cannot be able to, you have mapped your points. your point, but they don't know how to weave it. So it's like we say writing like a weaving. We're now weaving the point and everything. So that is it's a personal development of thinking and writing. They have supplied all the structure to go about it. So that's about that. Then another thing that can help our writing suite is making an effective use of headings. Now talking about headings in terms of short title of headings, which this person did. Yeah, for each, they see physical structure and sanitation. Okay, let me go back to what the person is saying. Here, it's talking about the current state of church engagement in poverty alleviation. That's what you want to talk about. If you read the introduction, he has explained what he wants to do. That current state of church engagement in poverty alleviation, that was writing about, and using Mende as an example of where, what will I say, not so rich people live. They live in shanties and shacks and everything. So he's doing a study on them. So talk about all that, and then you want to elaborate on the place. So say the state. So the point here is the state of the poor living in the former settlements in Mende state. You want to talk about the state of the poor. You don't pick it one by one. You want to talk about their income. Share the breaking. So this is thinking too. I want to talk about the poor living in Mende. So what do I want? This is third level now. Thank you. So you're not talking about, okay, I want to talk about the poor living in the Ajao estate. What do you want to talk about? It's okay, let me talk about their income. What does their income look like? Let me talk about their accommodation. You know, there are many things. So see how the thinking on. I'm talking about the poor living in this place. Okay, let's pick issue. So you pick the income. Let me talk about their income. So in this particular session, all you're going to talk about is income. Please don't say you're talking about income and you're putting accommodation inside. You are destroying the flowability of the book. Or you're talking about income, you're talking about their relationship or their marriage. You know, and if you care, it's not taking some people just see that one called doing like this one. Bala blue will just enter this one. But just stick. If it's income, I talk about income. You know, so you talk about income, you move down. I said this time around, I'll talk about the fiscal structure and sanitation. That's exactly what we're going to do in this place. Nothing more. Fiscal structure and sanitation. When you don't have anything to say about this, you leave it. Then you go to education and skills. You see different aspects of the poor, like education and skills. You talk about education and skills, you move down and pick another topic about them, their family size. So I think that gives us a good example of what we're talking about. So this is about thinking. I'm talking about the poor, their living condition, and you pick every aspect. That's it. And everyone he picks, you do introduction, body, and conclusion. So if you look at the family size now, and every family size of 5 was recorded among the former settlement dwellers. Like a family size, and then now begin to stretch the body of that. You know, stretch. You know, we now tell you about the large one, the small one, and all that. So that's what we talk about. And this is 3 levels. You see the 3 levels, 1, 2, 2, 2, 4 means 3 levels. And that. Then the generational problem, how they hand one problem to another and all that. So that's what we're talking about heading. And then when I talk about heading, that is for each section, you pick one word that best define, convey the message. That here I'm talking about income. You know, I'm talking about income of the poor people. Just say income. And then talk about the income on it. This one generation, how they pass this thing to each other, how they come with generational problem, you talk about it. So using that headings is very, very important, which this our guy did here too. If you look at how he broke it down, you find that he did a lot of that. You see his headings. Factors that influence pastoral care methods. That's all you are expected to find under that subheading. Factors that influence pastoral care methods. You use subheadings. That we are talking about using subheadings. It makes reading sweet and nice. You know, I think he uses subheadings somewhere too. You look at contemporary models of pastoral care. He stuck. When I read it, it just started exactly what you just did. You just give us a little history. So that's what we mean by headings. When we are writing, you make use of. When you want to write a section, ask yourself, what heading can I give that will depict what I am writing under it? That is writing. You are in school. Congratulations to every one of us. I'm just laughing because we are all in school. It's very, very, very interesting. The writing. So when you see something, when you see a good picture, the person his work has gone into it. When you say good book and you write it and you enjoy it, especially this newspaper, I just like some people articles. Some people are very good at writing nice articles. You don't look at it and say, man, some people are good writers. Work has gone into it. But one thing is that the more you write,
Sorry.
the more it become so easy. The more you write, but if you are somebody that writes once in 2 years, every time we are starting from you are starting afresh. You are starting afresh. It's the skill that you cannot. If you leave it, it leaves you. You know. So you make effective use of heading. That's what we're talking about here. Yeah, the headings summarize the argument. You know. So I've shown you an example of the heading. We'll soon go for replace because I'm not. I can be not too good using heading, using break. Look at it. Another thing we can use is numbering, which you have seen the numbering of styling to distribute different levels of headings. And I've brought this to Debian use. Debian uses up to 5 headings and subheadings. First level, this is another thing that makes read book beautiful. That is, it even has to do with how you write your headings, you know. For instance, Debian will say that when you're writing your first level of heading, which let me just show us with a picture with this one. It just okay for me to use this one. They are not using Debian style, but we can learn from it. I don't know which style they use for this one. Chapter 2. Do you notice something here that the bold what they consider boldface, they darken it. So it's a way it gives a beautiful look so that people can read the book better. So they both, and then it is centered. You see, chapter 2 is centered, placed. The topic is centered, placed. Capital letter is used, and then it is embodied. That is really it's supposed to be. I think this is level 1. Level 1, then level 2. If you look at this level 2, it's I think it's bolding. I think it's darkened. Darkened, lowercase, sentence case, and it has capital letter. And then now in Debian we use this thing, numbers 2. The 2 means chapter 2. This 2 means chapter 2. This 1 means level 2.
Okay, this
2 is level 1. 1 is level 2. Yes, the center one. This one is a yes. Yeah. Some places actually will say 2.0. I've seen 2.0 being used as introduction. I don't know, it's fading out. I've seen 2.0. The one I was schooling in the University of Lagos is APA. We don't use numbers at all. We use number you have failed. We use flush to the left, flush to the right, bodings and body and case and all that one we use. APA doesn't use number. You know. So, but this one, this is level 1, chapter 2. See it? Bolding, capital, that's how they use their own. Then they flush this one they flush it to the left and they use number. Debian use number. So here we use number. 2 means chapter 2. 1 means level 1, but number 1. If you go down now, you see that you will be changing as you continue, you'll be increasing it to 2. That means the second, what they call it, the second level. Not second level. Number 2 points or one session 2 or second session. Number 2. See, do you see here?
Income.
So this is first level, second level, third level.
221.
221.
I don't understand.
Okay,
It's like a tree goes like this, branches out like this. Then another branch comes out of it. Another branch comes out of that.
For proper identification of an arranging of thoughts. Arranging of thoughts.
What are 2.2.1
So
can continue, you can see have 2.3. But under 2.2, you can see have 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's actually organizing your thoughts in such a way that is easily receivable or easy to read. So, enter and use chapter 2 now of the thesis. This one you are seeing, that chapter 2 is level. I think that's level 1. Level 1. Just look at this one as an assignment. Your level 1 is that topic, your title, and in Debian you place it center. This one you just cram it. There's nothing you can do about it. They say for them their level 1 is center, capital letter, darkened or bolded. That's the most you are seeing there. You know, level 2 to show that means the subheadings now. The subheading under this heading, the first subheading will flush it to the left. that this one, you will give it 1. So go to the chapter. This 2 here means 2, 1. The other one, 2, 1. That means subheading. Subheading under this chapter is, first subheading is what? Introduction. The second subheading is the state of the poor living. That's second subheading. That's why you see 2, 2. So that means under that heading, we have 2 subheadings now. But under this second subheadings, is going to have another subheading. Subheading now is 1. Okay, so if you see 2, 2, 1, that means okay, 2 is level 1, that's the title. 2 is the subheading. Then 2, 1 is subheading. You understand? Subheading, And sometimes, don't be surprised if you see another number. When income have 2, 2, 1, but oftentimes not more than 5 to the levels. So that's actually to organize the thought so that people can, it will be beautiful. To be beautiful. So you see 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Is it talking about subheading 2? Subheading 2 is what is breaking down like that. And then continuously like that. That's how. So we engage all this one to make reading sweet. This is a structural part of it. So Durabian has 4 levels here, as I'm saying here. You can number the headings. We have shown us the numbering. How to number it. Use bridging and summarizing paragraph to help reader follow the argument. That's what we're talking about. That's either you end the session with a conclusion, or you see I can now find a transitional statement that is like if it's showing you where you are going. Pointer to the next section. And that one is artistic. It's artistic endeavor of different students. How you can be able to do it. It's your own, it's like architectural design. You design your writing. You have to, how can I conclude this place? You cannot do transitional statements, choose conclusion. Just wrap it up nicely. If you know that conclusion will not fit, transitional statement will do, use transitional statements. But it makes reading very beautiful. It makes our reading very beautiful and all that. So use bridging and summarizing paragraph to help readers follow the argument. I really enjoyed this when I was writing my thesis, trying to use a bridge and summarizing something. It's quite, by the time you're doing it, you just begin to enjoy it, like as if you're designing clothes, you're designing things and all that. You need to build a bridge each time you bring one section of the argument to close and shift to a new facet. At the very least, this means you need bridging sentences between the main section of an essay. That is, you might not have bridging statement between paragraph to paragraph. It will not be that easy. But if you can, put it. But from one section to another, sweet, you have a bridging statement. And he tried to use it too in all that. So let's take one more, so then we'll go. Some more principles, so many principles. Some more principles. Let's look at this principle. Write clearly, I think we'll talk about this. Write clearly with simplicity in mind. Make your sentences short and simple. I think that's very, very important. Make sentences short and simple. Have you seen a sentence that is a paragraph long?
Yeah.
Put in comma.
Complex.
Complex. Bro, Paul is guilty. Bro, Paul in the Bible is very guilty of compound sentences. Sometimes when we are reading,
I don't think he was.
I think people that are defining the Bible.
They have no quotations.
They don't have quotations, but ideally, no, they have quotation. But how come Peter, all other people, see, go to John, sharp. He doesn't have time to waste. Peter, Paul, adjectives.
So people don't enjoy that short And I tell you, some people don't enjoy the short sentences.
There are professors that don't enjoy such
Who are very intelligent, who enjoy all these short.
They won't.
With the Lord bless them. They are in the minority. Short sentences is beautiful.
No, it's good. It makes it simple.
It makes it simple and you communicate the idea to complex. Sometimes, I don't know, Ephesians, have you read when Ephesians chapter 1, when Bro Paul was trying to talk about something, he was just going. Sometimes you read it, you stop. or you're looking for the comma and the full stop, you cannot find. You just go in. And then when you want to say something, you use adjective upon adjective and adjective. So as a young Christian, it was not funny. In fact, you just carry that book and go to NIV or go to NLT. You go and see whether you can help yourself out to be able to define the kind of a thing. But Peter, and that's how they know which book is written by somebody anyway, after some time. Be able to know that how the person, the uniqueness is not removed from them, So, but please use such short sentences, and for me, it delivers me in my writing. I try to write complicated, not that I have that big English, but I can continue writing something before I put full stop. Until somebody comes to the see, deliver yourself. Write short and simple sentences. it will be okay for you. And I started practicing it. It was not easy for me. I started practicing, and I found that actually make my work a lot easier. Sometimes, okay, instead of writing it long thing, just say something and then cut it and then start again. It was not really easy when I started learning short and simple sentences. So just learn short and which one is because you are not writing for yourself. Somebody is coming to read what you are writing. So communicate. Unless you want to show grammar, like who is that our person? That I'm not saying you show, I'm just saying that no. That Okoti, Peace Okoti. As the one you go to that church, make sure you carry your dictionary along. If you don't carry your dictionary, there's no way you. So please, let's do that. Write with a humble and open and a teachable spirit is very, very good. So let's come to the attitude of the heart too. When we are writing, write with a humble and open and teachable spirit. Use the first person singular with carefulness. I find that people use it now. In my days in school, we're not allowed to use it, but I found that some people are using it. Meaning that, like this guy who wrote in this book, he used I, it's not permitted. And I found that the one I was reading yesterday, Liberty University, that should not be used. I don't know, I cannot read, but some people use, some school permit it, some people don't permit it. But to be on the safe side, you remove it. Use third person. Was it singular to call it that person? So careful pronoun. Try to use that I do this one too. So be careful about that. Avoid generalization and inexact statement. Do not use words such as all, always. No, an academic writing, they mean a lot. If you say all, it means all. Once you use all, you cannot be excused.
That is all.
It's all.
When you use all, it is all.
That is it. When you say always, it's always. So if you are not sure, don't use those definite statement. None. That means you have searched and there's none. Never. So you have to be careful before you put a word. Ask yourself, can you justify it? Are you sure? Are you defending it? So if you also, but I think in seminary education, I'm so happy to be here, and I thank God that I'm doing a master program here. I'm really learning a lot, because in the secular education, it's not like this. Secular world, they're not sure of anything. Nothing is sacrosanct. They're not sure. What is their basis for being sure of life? They're not sure. And that is why their research work is always in that format. Because they don't have any, what will I say? Will I say a principle that is the truth to lie on. There's no objective truth.
I think they used to open door for
too much
for other views.
Thank you. No, they open for arguments. So it's always good to say my own, you say my own. So nobody is right. You keep on saying, you keep on arguing. But should that be in a seminary institution? I have an issue with that. Well, should it be? Should it be, because we have objectivity, we have the word. The word of God. And so to me, that's my own personal question. I'm bringing it to you now because it's something I ask myself, that if we believe that the word of God is true, we have to be very careful. We do research in the seminary.
I think that is.
But the liberals, seminaries are liberal. They are bringing secular world into seminaries. But I don't think that should be.
No, it's different. Because when we say we have the objective truths, why do we have different perspectives on the same verse? So to that extent also.
We should continue arguing too.
No, what I'm saying is because this is exactly what is really one of the biggest problems in the body of Christ now. Somebody thinks that, look, what I'm saying is scriptural. The other one says, I'm the one that's scriptural. Then we go to war. For what? So it's better we leave a slit rather than be dogmatic and say it's either my way or the highway. That's what-
Yeah. In some things. Okay, use that was doing your academic writing.
I know, and also the church has to go to science, not science. If you take research to that level, it's never we can close the door over everything.
Well, okay, we'll talk about that one later. I understand what you're saying. Honestly, I'm not saying you're not saying it's true, but that will help us. For example, let's say all scholars agree. All scholars agree in what? Or when you use all, just make sure it's all. And since you cannot use, you are not sure that all is all. Use some, JJ. Use most.
By the time you are writing or somebody is already writing,
No, all. Or in fact, you're told how many books, how many articles have you read?
I disagree.
How many articles have you read? How many books have you opened that you will not say all?
you are saying you want.
You have said the whole world.
And you are concluded that.
Okay.
Not yourself in the way.
Fact, correct. Yes,
The Bible says that it's nothing that is new under the sun.
so all those things. But you see somebody splashing those words all around and everything. No, please be careful about this one. Avoid the use of slang and cliches. You have to be very careful that you don't use slangs and cliches. You don't make academic writing beautiful. Do not use abbreviation in text of the document. So be careful. Sometimes it can be applicable, but oftentimes just do with it. In the body of your document, write out words like percent, not IE, not percent, not EG. Write the names of the book the way it should be written. Reserve abbreviation for parenthetical references. Okay? Have a good paper presentation. We'll continue. Let's go for a break because this is another thing entirely. We are going to come back and do formatting of papers. And we are going to come and do citation and references. But I think, how many hours of break should we do? Should we do our full 1 hour? Let's not. She's looking at me. Is that 1 hour? 12:30.
So let's take 30 minutes first.
Yes, let's come on by 12. Yes. There's not much again. We're going to do paper presentation, we're going to do citation and references. Thank you. So we're coming up by 12. That's almost 30 minutes. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. But they told me 30 minutes and I don't take it. So let's just take 30 minutes. Yeah. So actually, it looks like almost 40 minutes. Have you had a talk? Do you have a talk now? Do you have a talk even to Dr. Williams?
Concept which I think about.
Okay. Okay. And that's how you want to, that was want to use the right?
Yes.
No.
Raising funds. Fundraising.
Okay. That was just I want to see.
But your book is still on the page.
It's because of the reading assignment. That's what I used to do it like before. So when you came, we were just there. You are the one that was seeing. As far as she came, see what she had. No, I'm not used to that.
So incorporated, let's see. I would love to see it. Well done.
It's here today now, see together.
Are you new one? Are you new person?
Do we all know how to use the LMS now?
No, you know how to use it.
Do you know how to use it? So we can teach your classmates how to use it. I have to find, okay, when we come back, please remind me, let me ask everybody whether they know how to use it. But they have to know how to use it and use it very well. Go and join. Join them so that they can teach you. So that
No, me, I'm already there, but she's not there. She has not. She has not spoken, so she has not understand.
Well, let's see. Let us see.
Okay. Okay, so see we are.
On your phone? Do you do it on your phone too? Where's my glasses?
Where's the small sheet of paper?
That's why. See. Okay, wait.
No, hey,
Wait, is it not small? I copied it here. So it will automatically take me there. See, is it not this one? So you just press it and it will take you there. Am I right?
no, it's actually different. See,
So where is my own like that?
let me see. That's my job. Where is it?
That's this what I'm getting.
It's open just now.
Uh-huh.
Yes, before you pressed it.
So how did you get it?
Hallelujah, Baba, say,
One, two, three.
It's not too great.
Dabala, thank you for the thumb thumb. I thought you are the one making me to lick sweet. I have repented. When time you give me sweet, I lick it.
In fact, I thought I said when we come back from break, you will even help you not to sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
You said that this one is easier.
Hmm?
You said this one is easier.
It's not easy, Ako. That's what they told me. That's what Pastor Carlo told me. I've not looked at it very well because a long time I used to last. If we have to be put through it, I've not been put through it today. It's a long time I use LMS.
I want to first show you the.
That's it.
Màá jẹ́ mọ̀ pé David will send the assignment that she ní marriage sí mi. Ó yẹ kí n lè ṣe iṣẹ́ yẹn. Ṣé kí mo ní bí tó ti àpò ìyàwó máa ń create and do enjoyment?
This one.
Sorry. You will do it. Tell me later. Please tell me do something now.
Ìjọba ìgbà tí mo délé lánàá, mo sì kí I felt ill.
Ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀sìn. Ìbí náà sí ìgbò dẹ̀ treat malaria láìpẹ́. Mo lè ṣúra àgbẹ̀ fún.
This are the books.
All of them that last year.
Different.
We have plenty of. I was looking at it.
If you don't go about me, what do you need to see? You are complaining. What do you want me to see?
Beacon. Beacon. This is. Up, down. But when this one is down. It's But I think the remains, the one I've not now to please how to.
Submit the assignments. So you will come and teach us. Thank you.
The group I wanted to really to push. I like my babies. I miss talking and talking. But if I'm reading, I tell everybody come back. Because if I reach house, I will be seeing the come back.
Well, the time said, by the time you get home, you are going for one program or the other.
No, yes, you know that I left it. I have to around to challenge. Before I got to go and submit something, I submitted Papa, I rushed to.
That's women. Women. God will bless us. Exactly.
No chance. Do everything
No
before you
chance.
marry.
I'm telling my daughter she should do she has finished her master. I think she should do master PhD. She said, I beg, mommy, let me marry first. Then she's tired of reading.
But see, they said she do. I think they should do marry.
Her master's was 3 years. No, that's what she did.
Okay, so this is long.
There's one new person. I don't think so. It was video actually. Yeah. Ah. So. What would that mean now? Sorry. We mentioned it. I'm not in calling. No, it's not small. What is it?
Daniel, I agree.
Okay.
So, yeah, two other not.
Okay.
That's some. So, then
And I just hear, don't I just
why probably did this in English issues except not that. Then again,
yeah, for yours.
in paying there's no one there. And sister could not since this man mentioned since mentioned.
Okay.
And yes, David Monochokuba. So this is vacant. That is so.
Yeah.
I just want
Yes.
I have many movements to make in the morning.
Well, the heck, everybody does. You know, this language, this, but what is daily, you feel this done.
Okay.
No, I don't want.
Yes.
Hey, I don't get you.
Yes, ma'am.
I call back, no,
Yes.
busy.
Yes.
But busy was asking, I was stand with.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I thought you sat on this.
Yeah, I certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Somebody join us.
Hi.
This is the library.
Yeah.
Library.
Okay, okay, yes. Yes.
This is from that place.
Has it been sitting here this morning?
Yeah.
Did you sit here this
No,
morning?
I never saw it.
Ya tengo ya un shit.
Now, and your charger. That's my one.
I don't, hello? It's not Michelle.
Let me try this. Cannot. It's charged.
Hello, Baba. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Ṣé ẹ ti rí? Láti dàjí, láti bọ̀ bí 8 láàárọ̀. Ẹ wò ó. Ẹ wò ẹ́. Ṣọ̀bẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n. Okay. 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 Ìyá máa bọ̀ ìwọ́n tó máa bọ̀ bí. Àní ṣàìsàn kò rọrùn atẹ́gùn òru yẹn ẹ máa wọ swẹ́tà aṣọ oríṣiríṣi mọ́ra wọn àtẹ̀yìntà àgbà sí yẹn. Nígbà wo nìyẹn? Ṣé níjọ́ yẹn? Mi ò mọ̀ abájọ àwọn ẹni yẹn lé kí ọ̀gá sún mí mọ́. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Ní kàgbákò. Ní kàgbákò. Jíjẹ́ mímú oríṣiríṣi kò lè pani lára o. Mọ́ jíjẹ́ mímí náà ni lórúkọ Jésù àní kàgbákò agbára Ọlọ́run. Jíjẹ́ mímú wa kò lè pani lára. Kọjá ẹ farapa o. Lálábọ̀ ara. Mi ò mọ̀. Òwúrú. Ṣé o tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá o? Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi? Ní àwọn ìpéjọ Sunday kò sọjà. Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe àná ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wá sọ̀jà lánàá. Èní báyìí náà wọn ò ní wá sọjà. Àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan ló máa wá. So a lè má rí púpọ̀ a lè má rí jíjù pọ̀ fún yín o ọ̀la máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́la. Ẹ̀ṣẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ti ṣe tó lọ́dọ̀ fún wọ́n ti ṣàìsàn mọ́jú àárọ̀ yìí sí. Èyí sì wọ́n kàn jọ ń dúró kiri wọ́n ṣọdún ní gúúsù káàkiri. Àwọn ọlọ́jà wò ní wọ́n pàtẹ wọ́n ní wọ́n ṣọdún ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbé bọ̀. Ó jẹ́ tó dáa lọ́nà àtijọ́ fún ìyá mi sí tó bá tí mi tó dáa wá lọ fún mi ò ní. Àdúrà ó gbà tí ó lè ti wà wọ́n ànífẹ́ lóko dáadáa wọ́n ànífara pa o láti máa lọ́wọ́ àníkàgbà kù. I didn't know when they came to the river market and they all said that the boys I said let of that. And it was just I don't know he said Lord rush to fell on him. Like, fainted. They came very late. I said, why are they coming by the stand? The stand is just saying, you will not flow to Jesus. Lie down. My place. So that there's something we can. No, no.
So it's in your house now.
No, it's not this. Yes, I found it. The place is found. It's what they're not following the that is, you know, that side. Said, wow, it is.
Ah. But it's people does just human. That is also.
Let not be, let not get change. Let not be change. You share something for you. Hey. Anointed.
There is nothing that is
Anointed. And how would I think? How would I think? You want your message to be practical. How would I think? You are anointed. You must walk with abide all that was
I mean, situation guys don't matter. We can ask. Not just. Find us.
Not be more than that. And he didn't tell you.
But the one of us say, Mama, let forget it. Let forget it. You are really wanted to come from that. I taught in school. I went to markets. I was like, go to good market. Then I went to the class. I will leave by 6 p.m. Come back by 4 p.m.
6 a.m., 4 a.m.
in the morning. Go for it.
I don't understand. 6 a.m. this morning.
Travel.
Oh, okay. Your fish market at home.
Okay, if it's fish market, that one is actually it's a whole thing. The whole thing. Good, but I don't know what. Yeah, also the kids. Struggling a little bit of this. Breastfeeding. No smooth dead fish. No smooth dead fish.
And that's so.
That one. The target is in place to lead me. Around you. Don't believe it. You do around 5, 6. You say me coming days, I might do in class. Don't be so thing.
No.
Now go like that. Foods. Food. Food. Oh. You need bucket around 50. Ah. You don't want to go to What are you yourself? What are what to clean, what to leave. Ah.
Is the possible.
This boy used to cry in our head. Guys. I think this class with me.
Well, I tell you what I brought this yesterday.
Oh, this one. Okay, so I'm reporting you to him.
Oh, John, was it?
Yes.
Then I'm putting some
But you guys go now. You can get there. Is that a queue? It's not a queue. What not? That's interesting. How that be about?
It could take ground, it's very by strong.
Yeah. We did the class, I can't remember.
Why did you cry in the class? Why did you cry? Why did you cry in the class?
Well, he saw himself as too young. His father was arresting him. What is he going to do?
How old are you now?
21.
What was
Ah, very early.
21 years.
I came to this test around 16.
They were-
The baby there. So what do you expect at that time?
What's
I still maturely said.
with fresh bread.
Yeah, so it's good to start early.
But you see now, you feel assured by yourself. Both psychological and you see yourself now.
No, it's good to start. It's ministry. It's good to start. If you have the photo.
And you have it, you have a simple. I didn't have it. No, no, okay, that's.
I remember in the picture.
Yeah, me.
That's what you say. And what you say now.
Yeah,
Exactly what I
know.
It's not fair.
Somebody said.
Somebody else.
196. No, not the cost. I don't want to go cost. My father was a pastor, but I'm not a pastor. No, don't put pastor. Right. No, I'm not a pastor. I'm a malam. Very good. My father was a pastor, I'm not a pastor.
Why are you?
Huh?
Why are you?
I'm here to learn. It's not for pastors. I'm a teacher.
Teacher in the church.
No, teachers of life.
It's the same.
No, I help people reconstruct their life.
It's the same. You are fishing. You are fishing now. You are fishing.
It's not the thing.
As a teacher, they go together with them. The teacher will come in the class. Or in a local way, pastor means you have a church.
Oh, that's not enough.
He has said the second honest. He said he could have own God. It will be a problem with that church.
I pastor a church, but I'm not a pastor.
Thank God.
It's true. I'm a foundation builder, trying to
Yes,
structure the church.
yeah,
Keep them structured.
We have to go.
sure.
I'm in the marketplace.
Ah.
The marketplace leader.
This
So when you say pastor, you
I cannot
value me.
sit on, I can't sit on the local assembly.
You don't have a local assembly.
I don't, I can never have.
Why are you?
Because it's, I will sit down and be telling the pastor you want to do. No,
Pastor, what you did is Pastor.
No, it's not
no, it's not me, I'm.
It's only
or not. It's been,
What you are saying is what I'm saying because I've done those things.
I didn't want to ask people.
I've done many understand that I get tired of doing it.
Different conversation. I didn't sit on conversation.
No.
I go round. I don't sit on stop conversation.
So do we say that you are an apostle?
Well, I'm not an apostle by calling. I'm not, I didn't work of an apostle. I know my ministry.
It also depends if it's your gift.
No, I'm a pastor. I'm also the office of a pastor. But not that I will sit down
Let's
in
say
one
look at
local
the
place
platform.
and any pastor exactly.
Goes full corner church or
Exactly.
in the marketplace.
Exactly.
Sir, do you know these women minister of the visits?
They do, yes. They do the person in the church.
They believe the title pastor acquire them respect and honor. So they don't believe that if you are in the right track where the Lord wants to be, your security.
I'm not a pastor, I'm a pastor's wife.
But when you are not drinking, it encounter a lot of problems. You'll not be able to solve. A lot of them is struggling because they are not where the Lord want them to be.
Yeah,
And they never ask God,
so many
where
times.
exactly do you want me to be?
One is
Yes. Like you are saying now that you are not a pastor, some people see that as if you are relegating yourself. They will see that you want to be that you are a pastor.
strategic.
It only shows them that they are limited, they are not.
When you call me pastor, you are undervalued.
It's a thing.
So when you call me pastor,
For somebody
somebody
to
is
check
better.
out.
Exactly.
When you call me madam, you say, madam, you want. Like when you realize, I've delivered the gospel already. So,
And madam is teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
The literal meaning.
Ah,
Teacher. Yes, madam.
It's not like rabbi.
Rabbi.
Yes, that's the meaning of Malam.
Malam.
Rabbi, yes.
but it's being
And
used in a
a
negative way.
way.
Uh,
The West.
Oh,
So,
you can say madam is Mr. But
In
it's
Southwest,
a teacher of Arabic.
in Southwest, if you say somebody is Malam,
Oh,
oh, you say somebody is okay.
So I decided to pick that title.
it's good.
An ordinary person should not bear that.
Discuss.
So you be inquisitive, why is this man doing madam? So before you realize I've given what I want.
Yeah. And that was just.
Yes. I pass your church grandfather.
I love that. It's kind of a selfless.
Oh, thank you.
I sincerely love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Concept.
We don't say that.
You don't say what?
We don't say we don't say that.
So what? It's just.
Yoruba gets something.
That's how.
Okay, just give the
If you ask them, you
Okay,
get.
so
It's
Oh,
very
thank you, man.
I expect them to say no.
No.
You expect them to say no, you can give it to say.
Okay, now.
So nice.
Different culture. There was
I don't have much to say. We're not going for long break. I think at 2, I think by 2 we should end.
I was thinking about who I was returning for you.
No, she's not giving you our number. You want to get a phone number, phone that will carry numbers.
Oh.
Why is that I don't have? Give me 5
Yes. I can see it.
she. Okay, that's it.
Why?
But you have it now. See it here.
I'll open this here.
But you have.
Oh, what's up?
Pastor, put the truth.
You don't need to carry. What to do?
Pastor,
That's why you are here.
Pastor, that's why I'm trying to build myself.
Okay.
To be.
You be like our teacher.
Yeah. I'm here to be.
It's good.
Okay, so let's finish on time and then
Yes, so
we can see. I don't have a long
There
break.
is traffic.
That's just some more.
That traffic yesterday.
If you know when I got to yesterday, you.
Traffic was sorry. Especially we are going. We said so yesterday.
Well,
And then before you came, class around 5.
Yeah, before you go come and pick you.
No, they gave my car here.
That was a big one yesterday.
okay. That is what I'm doing.
Was happy. Yesterday was happy was too much.
The beggar, the cara.
The parliament was not on our own way yesterday.
Even this morning as I was coming, there was an accident. And
You see?
today,
You said that place again.
Right.
As you are coming from, I went to.
This one is actually,
But this place again.
that was another.
Pastor Samuel, please help me to tell them to come in. Let's close on time.
This place again.
And that's.
Yes, I think honestly, if we do not drag it, we should leave this thing for. Well, have you asked Pastor Kalu how successful we are today? To find out how successful we are about the Zoom something. Mrs. Scooter.
Then what holding the box here for us? We will not permit you.
Actually, I don't know whether you have spoken to John from tomorrow. It's actually something you can do. You know, you put hybrid there. Something that doctor will actually be able to do. What we have done, we do this online too. After the 2 initial classes, I think something that doctor can actually do online. But he's not yet here today. I don't know how we're going to put that one into. If not so. But maybe later you might come in before we finish. I come between you can do. I know it's something that I can do online.
You say Thursday.
Online. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. Okay, please let's see. Please, I wish we have asked Pastor Kalu. You know, because everybody's online will actually be a lot easier. Like what I'm doing, I should miss my slides. Everybody's online. Everybody will just flow online together. But somebody is here and then they try to do Zoom, do class. That's it's always what can be done. I think the last year we took it together was online. We took it together. Okay, all welcome in Jesus' name. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a 1 hour break, but you know, oftentimes I don't give 1 hour break because I want to close early enough. So I trust God I'm going to finish. But I happen to do so much again. So part of the things that make our work very fine is what we call paper presentation. You know, paper formatting. How do we format our work? We'll talk about it. And of course, I would say that formatting your work attracts, it makes your reading, easy and give good marks. Your presentation speaks to your instructor. You know, you have ever marked any paper before. You yourself, you will know honestly that if you see a nice presentation, you are attracted to it. Is that also? See a nice presentation as a teacher. When you see somebody that just, you know, the thing is beautiful. Or consciously the person has words of mark in your heart. You even want to read a little more. But when you see the thing like this, everywhere, you are put off. You don't even want to know whether the person has point or not. It's just okay. So paper presentation is very, very good too. Your presentation speaks to the teacher that you're a diligent student and you're not a careless one. So let's take care to do that. And one thing that would not be nice for us to do, somebody they student did to me and I would not appreciate it, is to answer question paper on the wall of email. Just open your email like this. Where the man is what do you call it? It's not attachment. Just submit an assignment on it. That's why I consider that a very lazy student. How will you on it put your assignment? Master student, PhD student, that did that thing that was, I think it was not, it shouldn't be nice. Try, if you're not submitting the paper, format your paper. It's part of learning. Part of learning to do. You don't know when you're going to use it. So it's a requirement, do it, and then it can be useful to you too. So do when you have been submitting, what people should be submitting. All of us have been submitting like that. Just do you have your paper, right? And then set as an attachment. It's better, they will look good. Okay. So we talk about paper, talk about this again. I will jump paper and margin because we'll talk about it later. Choose your English spelling correctly and be consistent. If you're using your laptop, set it. If you want to use British English, you use British English here. So you do, is it British or American? Can't even know. I think British English. America? Could I phrase it America? I don't know. Now I've forgotten. If you want to use British English, set your laptop to British English. If you want to use American English, if you want to use Nigerian English, set your laptop. But one thing that is not acceptable is to be jumping from one to another. For instance, you know that in British, they spell color with U. American remove the U. So you better go set your apparatus, your machine like that. So that you don't be jumping from one language to another. It's very, very important. And if you are someone that use laptop, once you have set it, you don't have any problem with that. I think that's very good to set your English properly. Then, very importantly, we want to talk about how to make a book beautiful. Credit your source. When you are doing a term paper, sorry, excuse me. I've not put this up. Let me just. Young lady, I'm in class. So. Yeah. Yes. Talk like that. So, now, let me put, I've got to put my phone up. Okay, so credit your source, very, very important. When you are writing and you are quoting from someone, you have to credit. If you don't credit your source, that's what we call plagiarism. And we have to be learning. In Africa, we have to learn how to plagiarize. We have to try. It's not enough. We have to start learning it. It's good not to plagiarize. Let's try as much as possible. Okay, so let's go to citation and references. We just touch it briefly, but right now I want to go in depth into it. When we talk about citation and references, now you will need Kate Turabian's book, which says in your A-levels already. Abi?
Yes.
Kate Turabian is the textbook we use for this one. No, that's what we use Turabian Chicago citation. So you need to know it, and it's very easy. Another way to Turabian is that find some short form of it on Google. Just say Turabian. Turabian book, but edition. I just skip it down. Which edition are we using now? The latest edition. I don't know whether it is edition 9, edition. I don't know the latest edition. They should have the latest edition. They only come edited. So I don't know which but Turabian was edition. Doctor is around. Maybe after the class, you can talk to him if you graciously allow all of you to do it online when he's around. Okay, just coming now. Okay, so Kate Turabian, our chief librarian, which edition are we using now? Which one is the latest edition of Kate Turabian? Can you see it? 10th. Okay. I'm telling you, if you want to go on Google and find it quickly, I'm talking about small one that you can use. Just put Kate Turabian 10th edition. Whatever you are looking for, we'll bring it out for you. JJ. That's another smart way of using Turabian. But you can use the book. I think we have 10th edition. You can open it, but you cannot just find a way around it. So cite your sources. Show where you get your evidence of fact or idea from. Show us where your fact is from. Showing where your fact is from means you cite the source of your information or idea. Why do we know to cite? Why do we cite sources? Let's remind ourselves to give credit to whom credit is due. Give honor to whom honor is due. Kate Turabian, Manual for Writers, 10th edition. Because if you don't 10th edition, they can bring you 6th, 4th, 2nd edition, and will not be the same because they have been edited over time. So citing resources means give credit. Acknowledge the person you are getting the ideas from. Researchers get recognition also from the work they have done. So when you cite the authors, you are giving him or the recognition due to them. It's not easy to write. So when somebody has written, acknowledge that he has done something good. Give the credit to him. They get money, they get grace from it, and they get kudos from it. Number 2, we credit it to show the reliability of our facts. Readers want to know how reliable your facts are, how accurate is your claim. The accuracy of your sources determine how much credence readers give to the arguments you are presenting. Actually, that's the truth. If you tell all these facts you are getting it from this person, they show who you are getting the idea from. So that person has done his homework very well. So meaning that the facts you are getting is very true. It's that when I say Agbojeji, if you want to use malaria tablet, put this one into this one. I say, who told you? And I say, my grandmother. Might be you might be scared. But if you told me, I said, Professor, somebody that does this particular thing. You know, there's a way confidence will come into you and say, maybe he knows what he's talking about. But if I say my grandmother, you don't know about how my grandmother looks like, you don't know whether she knows what she's talking about. So it shows the liability of the facts. To connect other research works, that's the reason we cite works too. That is, you can connect ideas with another. It connects readers to other research work in that field online. That's where we get to the issue of references. That when you carry a book and you go to the references, you will see other works, you should see. And it's helping you to make life easier for us that you are building upon is research work. And finally, to avoid the charge of plagiarism, somebody has done a very good work. Cite it. Don't present his ideas as yours. Try to show that you have done a good work by citing where you got the idea from. That you have got the idea from me that you have done a good work already, because you went to look for the idea in the first place. When how to cite? Okay, this time around, when to cite. When do we cite? When you quote exact words from a source. If this is my textbook and I look at it and I extract something and I put inside my work, it's not my work, it's not my idea, it's somebody's work. So I have to show the source. That's number one. Number two, when you paraphrase ideas that are associated with a specific source, even if you don't quote exact words from it, you show where the idea comes from. You know, you paraphrase, you read a book, you get an idea from that person. You can, that's the way you paraphrase, where you cite that one specifically, you cite that idea is coming from this person. Of course, sometimes the question people normally ask, what if it's my own idea? And the person I've written about it before. Have you not asked that question before? It's my own idea, but somebody has written that idea before. Actually, that happened to me sometimes. What do you think we should do? What should we do? If it's my idea, Uncle.
If it's your idea, well, it depends. If you are going to cite that person, if you are going to cite that person and use that idea, it can't be exactly your own.
That's number one.
Yes.
And secondly, this is an issue of honesty.
Yeah.
It's an issue of conscience and honesty.
Everything is.
You know that it's not your. At least you yourself, you know that this idea you got from somebody. You know, I remember, honestly, that happened to me some time ago. I remember I was meditating one day about child training. And I was just looking, I was just thinking, I said, honestly, the bottom point of child training is love and discipline. No, actually, at that point, I've never seen anybody reading a book on love and discipline. I'm not saying it don't exist. But then I was just thinking about training. I said just about love and discipline. I was just looking at through the scripture. I said bottom point, love and discipline, how to train children. If we're not far from that time, I just saw you do training children, love and discipline. I said, I look my ideas. Actually, every true ideas God gives to people too. You know, God gives the ideas to people. That's what
that person is thinking the same way you're thinking. You have the same mindset.
Yeah. Actually, so I was excited to see somebody say, no, someone of teacher, and then you wrote a big book on love and discipline, and that's just it. Love and discipline is what he's writing for. He has chapters, talk about love, talk about discipline, love, and they break it down into what does it mean to love our children. That's how book is written. The whole idea is love and discipline. When he started writing, let's use that one example, he started writing. You know, say, okay, let's talk about love, let's talk about discipline. Then after love, you break it down to different chapters. So that is it, Andy. It's my idea. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You're welcome. Okay.
You're welcome, sir.
You're fine.
Yeah, we are doing great. Are we doing great? Yeah, my boss, we are doing great too.
She trusts you now. She trusts you.
I have more than double confidence in that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so, and discipline, so, when to cite, now, honestly, if I'm writing a book, I have to cite her. It's true, I have an idea of that, but if I open her book, whatever I see something there, I have to acknowledge that part of the idea comes to her. Oh, definitely,
the idea
yes.
that you didn't write.
Have you seen?
You get to the market first.
Exactly. And God drops such ideas to different people.
And it confirms to us.
Somebody who is readily available that
I'm saying maybe he has opportunity to write.
Let me speak from the library angle.
Okay.
People can have one idea,
Uh,
same idea.
two people.
but their way of expression.
Yes, it's different. Yes,
Differences.
So you can have the same idea.
yes.
The love and.
I respect.
Love and
The way you want to pass your message.
So I can see write it, but can I see use the same title, love and discipline?
Yeah,
You can
that's
still
in,
use the same title.
in cataloging,
Mm-hmm.
you have the main class and you have the subclass.
Okay.
So what differentiates the same book, two books with the same title?
Author's
Be author's mark.
author's mark.
Yeah, so be the author's mark. So you can see, you go to the library now, you see the same book, more than one books with the same title.
Okay.
Same title. So but if you now go further, look at the subtitle, you can.
Oh, definitely will be
see
different.
the
Differences.
difference,
The unique.
the unique that's coming in, but it's the same title.
Ma.
So all of you expect my book, love and discipline.
Ma.
Come on. That's the title.
Yeah, we are expecting.
Sorry, please, okay.
You have different hits,
Yes,
you have different platforms,
yes.
and then the identity may not be aligned. And so you even identical twins can write the same but different perspectives.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Same
So you should go ahead.
Talk about.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, ma. I will write it. To God.
Because, oh, I want to talk about discipline. My focus on what angle you run out.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. That's good. So, okay. All right. So we do that. When you have the ideas, we show where we get the idea from. How to cite now. Let's talk about how to cite. Now, we mentioned before, we have spoken about that we have different styles of citation. Let's start with citation or academic writing styles. Because they do not talk these different different groups. We talk about different styles of citation as well as different styles of academic writing. They will have their own different one or two things that say we prefer this way, we prefer this way. We talk of upper MLA, Turabian, our own here, Turabian Chicago style, and the aim is the same. The aim is to give readers the information they need to identify and find the source. Yeah, that's it. So everybody thinking how best can you show your reader where you're getting your source from and find a source. Okay. At Africa Center for Theological Studies, ACTS, with Turabian Chicago style, in particularly for our assignment of what we do, we use what we call the author-date style. Turabian has two major styles. Author-date styles and what they call note style. Let me use that word, maybe notes. What do they call the second one? End notes and all those footnote styles, end notes and footnote style. But for our academic activities here, we use author-date style. Author-date style means that okay, yes, meaning that the sources you are citing is you put it in test of it, not that you write it and then go and put A, B, and then go down to the footnote and go and do that. That's another style, but we don't use that one. The one we use is that as you are writing and you want to show your source, you put inter citation, you put the name and the date, the name and the date, yes, of the author there. Yes. So we'll look at it a little more, we'll see it a little more, we'll get there. So with author-date style, don't forget that what we use now. So people who have done their thesis, they give us end notes and footnote, we have to tell them to go and change it. So that's why they say, find out what your institution is using and do what the institution says you should do. As simple as that. So in author-date style, you signal that you have used a source by placing a parenthetical citation, including author, date, and relevant page numbers, next to your reference to that source. Okay? And for one example I copy is this. For example, it's going to be like this. According to one scholar, the railroad had made Chicago the most important meeting place between East and West. He's copying. So he put a name. This chronon suppose is his name. The year of the publishing year, page or pages. You know, it's according to one scholar, actually it's a quotation. Okay, so quotation, should it be this long? 92 to 93. I wonder why it should be 92 to 93 because the quotation is small. Let it spills one to the second page. So that is it. Show a sample. Okay, let me show you. That's for me. Let's show a sample intent citation. Let me use this man's work to do that. Okay. Let's see where he used some. This is one. Okay, I'm gonna color this one red so you can see it. It will start that. You see, it's I think it's quoting somebody here, right? Okay, it's quoting one guy. Pastoral care gives the idea of seeking out the overall well-being and growth of individuals or group of person, of emotional healing and growth and his community. You actually quoted somebody straight down there. You know, this is quotation, outright quotation. So we put the name of the person, you put the year publishing here, then you put the pages at which you can find, which is good, you know. And then you go on, you will see here too, you do something similar around here too. Okay. Just to show us what we mean by that. This is the name, these are authors. Which name is this one? Kusma, and Kusma. Are they father, daughter, and son or what? Okay, so this name, this shows 3 authors, right? These are 3 authors. I'm just surprised about the names. These are 3 authors. Okay, year and the page, you know, then year and the page. So that's how we do it. That's what we call intent citation. Is showing where you will see different style.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This, what I'm saying here is that this is a paraphrase, not a quotation.
Which one? This no. This one I'm not actually just a quotation.
No. I'm saying the writer there is using a paraphrase, not quotation.
This one is a quotation. This one here.
No. The one down.
This one, no, yes, that is a paraphrase.
That's what I'm saying, because there are 2 authors there. Can't be quoting 2 authors.
No, I'm talking of Kusma.
That is one. That's one book.
That's one book.
Then immediately after you have another book.
Yes.
That means there are 2 books.
No, please get me right. This first one I'm talking about, I said these are 3 people that wrote this.
I agree. I got that.
Okay.
Clearly.
This one I'm even concerned about. Which one is Kusma?
I got that.
I mean, okay.
But
This is another
person, and which is another book.
It's another book.
Exactly.
This is another book.
That's the 3rd one.
That's the one. This is the 4th one. Okay, you want to go and deliver me?
So you not paraphrase still, so go right.
But here they did not put the title.
That would be.
Yes. Yes, they will not put it here. They want to call it intent citation. When this one, you are just showing who writes the book here. We are going to, that one we call references. But when you are writing, and you are writing an idea, whether paraphrase now, which is paraphrasing, you show where you get the idea from. Paraphrasing means that you say an idea in a book, and you have understood the idea. You use that person's idea to write your own. Not word for word now, but the idea. You have to cite where the idea comes from. So you cite that one called paraphrasing. You're not using the person's word. So you paraphrase it and still put the name of the person and the page and the publisher beside it. That's what we call quotation. That means that quotation, you carry the word for word, the way he says it, you carry it, you put it on your own. That's what we call quotation. That you are quoting the person. And you cannot quote the whole book of the person, you cannot quote the chapter. It depends on maybe 2-3 lines, maximum of maybe 10, there's a maximum of 10 or 10 lines that you and you even have a different way of, if you carry a small quotation, like 1 line or 2 lines, you can put it in your text and write it like that. But by the time you are carrying 8 to 10, you have to give his own paragraph. You have to put his own paragraph and write in a different style to show that this one is a big carrying I carry, but it's not my work. No. And that one you find in case Arabian. You cannot teach all that in this class. It's something that you have to go and find out how to do it. And I tell you the short form of doing it, that whatever you want to do, just say what you want to do it. Go and Google it first. They will bring it out for you, what you want to do. Or you will buy Kate Arabian book and you go to chapter 18 and 19 of Kate Arabian book. I think 18 and 19. You go and read it. You will see all manner of how to cite sources are there. And as a good student, it's something we should do when you are writing this. You go and chapter 18 and 19, you will find almost everything you are looking for in Kate Arabian about how to cite it. So here we are saying one author, two author, three, four books here. So he's saying this book, this book, this book, this book by different authors, they describe the mega church in terms of its numbers as a live Protestant congregation and all that. Okay, so what I'm interested in showing us is just how it is written. I think that's the greatest thing. The name, the publishing year, and the page. That's all I want us to. That's what I'm interested in showing us this, because that's just the interest too, and many other things. If that is good to all that. No. Yeah, let me just say, since you are both seeing it, I can say it. Now you see that the way you're writing here is different from this one, is different from this one. Do you see the difference? The name is inside the parenthesis. The name is inside, right? The publishing is inside. The date is inside, and then parenthesis, we call it open and close bracket. Abi, is there. You can do that when you are finished paraphrasing or quoting, and you are not putting. You have finished it, you show the idea. But when you come here, the moment you, according to the report by, you are using the name of the author. You have put the name of the author in your sentences. You don't put the name again in the parentheses. You put only the year. But hello?
Hello.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's clear.
It's clear.
It's not clear.
Okay. I said at times when we are doing in-text citation, there are many styles of doing it. If you use the name of this person, like this person, according to the report by historian, he has used the name of the author of the book. Once you use the name in his sentences, that is, I have added the name to my own word when I'm writing. The only thing you're going to do now is just to put the year. You know.
Not the pages again.
You can even
No, not the name again.
not the name again. It's the only name you remove. You can put the page, but sometimes students. But then, if what you are saying, it's like a prod about the book. You don't know the page. You're not being concise. That this is what he's saying. It's because you're actually talking about, for instance, what I was saying. According to a book written by Kunat on love and discipline. You know that, I mean, I'm quoting something. I'm not saying specific something. I'm talking about referring to the whole idea. You don't mind, only just put the publisher's age. But I would advise her to read chapter 18 and chapter 19 of Kate Surabia. It will show you all manner of how to cite, doing text citation. You know what make you a scholar, that you're able to do proper citation. You know how to cite different things. But that one, you have to actually do a good job by yourself to go and read chapter 18 and 19, so that when you are doing your thesis or all that, you need to do a good job. That's the most important thing here is that we do in-text citation. When you get an idea, you cite. When you get somebody's you quote somebody, you cite. That's just the point we are making here. Okay. All right, we need help now. Okay. Referencing. So that is in-text citation. In all your tests, you put that one. There's something we call referencing. That's what you're talking about now. At the end of the paper, yeah. It's able to pick up itself. So what referencing does is that referencing at the end of your paper, your assignment, there's something we call a referencing list. All those in-text citation, all the names you have been mentioning, all those persons you have been citing the idea, and you have been putting their name, and I'm going to compile all of them in referencing list. And at this particular time, you show us their name, their publishing year, their title, and all that. That's what you do as reference. I'm waiting for this to come back. But let me read for you. At the end of the paper, you list all sources in a reference list. That list normally includes every source you cited in a parenthetical citation, and sometimes other you consulted but did not cite. Now, other you consulted but did not cite, we don't do that here. In ACTS, we only put in reference list the books you use. Hello? Yes.
Only put
Only the books you cite, that's what you use. The books you use that you don't cite, don't put it. That's what they call bibliography. The reference list. When you see cite to reference list, that means you are citing, you are listing only the books you cited. When you see bibliography, it's general. That is even the one you use without citing. Any book you look at, you put it there. But we don't do that. We are not doing it. We are doing references. So you will see the title references. References means that only the book I cited. That's what is in my reference list. Okay? That's fine.
Reference needs to be on sites.
Don't put it's your own personal something. Don't put that. Yes. Yes. That's it. Now that's so. Don't cite. It's not even for me. I don't know what's going on there. Or I do this one. Put it back.
Yes, the remote.
Please. I don't know. I don't know if anybody can help you.
Should have the questions.
Pastor,
And
that's the remote set. Okay, this is okay. Okay, this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, so come on. We're almost done. Almost done at references. Another thing we need to do is that we have to pay close attention to how each source is referenced. And that one, we're going to find it in chapter 18 and 19. That's very important to pay close attention to how each source is referenced. You can reference anything, but they just have a style as how you put it in the reference list. You can reference, even the discussion we are saying now, you can reference it. You can reference anything, but just the way you're going to put it in your reference is what is different. And they do that so that by just looking at references, you will know what each stands for. You will know what each is there for. What do you mean?
Okay. Where's the key?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I was here. We will talk about this one. Okay. Pay close attention to how each source is referring. Your source might include books. Now, please pay attention. This is very, very important. Or we use different sources. You can use book, Abi. You can use article in journals. They are referenced differently. Citation, inter citation might be the same because all inter citation is always name, publisher, and page. So it can be names of a book. It can be names of authors of a book or names of authors of an article or discussion and all that. But when you come to your references, you're going to write them differently. And those things is just in chapter 18 and 19 of Caribbean. You have to go and find it. Because if you're using a book, you can use a book with 2 authors, 1 author, 3 authors, 4 authors. You have to be careful how you put them in your reference list. That one, you have to find it out by yourself in that chapters. Your source might include books by 1 author or more, articles in journals by 1 author or more, and many other resources. So you find out how to reference each one of them. The way each is referenced must be noted because all such sources must be referenced in the same way. And that means if you are referencing a book this way, you have to reference that book the same. All books follow the same pattern. Let me show you one. Let me show you this. Okay, this is what we're talking about, SNIG. It's okay. So this is what a reference needs to look like. You know, at the end of your assignments, if it's a term paper or a thesis, when you have written or you have done your introduction, you have done your body, you have done your conclusion. After your conclusion, the next thing you see is references. Hello? What you see is what? References. Oftentimes, references you start on a new page differently. You start on a different page. If your conclusion even ends in a quarter of a page, just leave that page. Go to a new page entirely, put the title, references, and then begin to reference all the books you have cited. These are the books that this person has cited. And if I look at it, just looking at it, if I'm used to Turabian, I know which one is a book. I know which one is an article. I know which one is this and that and that. The first one is the book. That's how to reference it. The author, the surname, the first name, the date of publishing, printed in print, book censorship in America from the guided age to the computer age is the title of the book. Then give me edition, you give me the publisher. Anytime I see this one, this is a book. Second one is a book. The third one looks like an article. You know, and there, but this one is not taught in class, honestly. It can only be done by the student by themselves, going to look, going to find out how it is done. That one, never taught, is known. The students are required to know it by going to find out. So when you carry a book, go and find out. And that's why it's not an exam. When you carry a book like this one author, how do I reference it? You go and look at Creative Turabian. How do I reference this book? That's just it. Hello?
So what about case where somebody doing conclusion?
Doing conclusion?
Conclusion of work.
Yes.
Maybe just 2 lines falling into a new page.
2 lines for a new page. If they accept it from you, if the school.
I mean, 2 lines fall into a new page.
Yes. Ideally, if it is 1 line, don't touch that. You go to a fresh page. Go to a fresh page.
And that's something that.
But sorry, sir. When you are doing assignments because of some pages, I think maybe assignments. Assignment is different, really. In assignment, you can continue with references. Because when they say 12 pages, if they say 12 pages, don't go and do 40 pages for the lecturer. It annoys that lecturer. Yes, now, because you are given an additional 2 pages to read. How does he judge it? And then that's number 1. And number 2, you are not being fair. Because how will he mark it? He said everybody should write 12 pages. You are not writing 14. How are you supposed to mark that person? You know, you're cheating the other people. You know, so you are making the person to go and start going through fairness and justice by himself. You know. So when they say 12 pages, and some schools are very strict, I think we should be strict in the SATS too. So very strict. No, some people are very strict. I tell you, don't try it. Once they read that 12 pages, they'll stop there. If you like, put your reference, anything they want to mark, they will not mark it again. I know a school that's very strict about it.
You write less.
Write what?
Less than the pages.
When they will give you range, they say 10 to 12, meaning 10 to 12. You cannot write less, you cannot write more. There's something we do in UNILAG. We normally call it a particular defense we normally do. They give you 40 pages. You cannot write 39, you cannot write 41.
Exactly 40.
40 new. Yeah.
System spacing and font.
Anything you want, and they give us fonts. So you see, your head will always split into 3. Because how do you enter? And what they're asking you to put inside that 40. And I found my husband that the work he's doing is a PhD program now. They give him a SAT 20 pages for something. You cannot go low, cannot go high. You see, you could say, how will you do it? You will remove this one and put this one. You will remove this one, and they're very, very strict. When they give you 20, just meet that 20. There's nothing like, if I was telling the supervisor, sir, this thing is a correction I said you go and do. How can I put it in? You cannot extend the margin. Saying, you know, like we did something like we widened the margin for ourselves because they didn't put that. When you look at it, you saw that there's a loophole. They didn't say one each margin. So when they say they didn't say one each margin, everybody use it. That means you spread your thing. Maybe they don't give you margin something. Everybody do everything to make sure that, in fact, you make the font 12, you do everything, but they catch you sometimes. But they spell it out. This is 12 fonts, margin, everything, they clip it. And I said, what's that? You have to do it, writer. Put it into that thing and submit it like that. You have to do it too. So some people are more strict than the other. So it depends on what the instructions are, but that is it. The pages. So get
This references. Supposing is get an idea from discussion. How do you do that?
if you go and check that Thessalonians chapter 18, 19, likely they will tell you how to reference it on. Then they have a way of just go and look at it, you will see it there. That's why I said that one. A student have to go and find out how to reference it.
And it cannot just be just discussion like this. Either the lecturer notes.
The lecturer's notes.
So and that's why you can use that as unpublished source. But not just discussion like this. You can't quote what you want to quote.
Unless maybe news, maybe watch the news discussion. People are discussing the news on something formal.
I think the underlying thing is it should be verified.
Verified.
I think that's the point.
You have a source. Yes.
Verified.
Yes. So when they are discussing, watching an NTA discussion, that you are listening to, you know that is a consensus.
This one, we can do it. For this one, according to our lecturer, you can cut the topic and then the dates.
There is no objective way of verifying this. She can say she said it or she didn't say it. No objective way of verifying it. No proof.
Whatever the lecturer is saying, what you are telling us now, and it make a quotation, you can quote her based on her lecture notes, and you cite her based on her lecture notes. But it will be an unpublished a published source, but most times I don't know people don't.
So what she's saying is the one that I got in the note, and I'm saying it's not acceptable because it's not verifiable.
It was like
It's not verifiable. It doesn't. Even the man that said he may not even remember. So it's not verifiable.
Okay, so
I want to
add
starting the question. There are some books that you cannot point to the author.
okay.
You cannot point to the author that this book is particular author.
And there's no editor, there's
But
no compiler.
you have editor.
Okay.
You have editor. Sometimes you have an organization name, not
Yeah.
who an editor.
Yeah.
That's the organization name.
So one of them is this one.
Huh?
So how do we
This is an organization. CIA, Central Intelligence Association. This is one, isn't it? This is an author, but it's not a person. So this one is a news from this Central Intelligence Association. You are calling the CIA. CIA, maybe from their bulletin or from their books, as something you see there, you quote them. You have to quote it. So sometimes that can happen. And there are some you see a name, you don't see date. Check from here to tomorrow. You not see date. NA, no date. You have to put it there. You know that kind of a thing. You have different thing you can say. You'll be shocked. You go and read that place, find that there are many things you can reference, but in our assignment you are not well. So that's just it. The only thing we are talking about is that whatever you want to put, you want to use as a fact, you have to show the source. If you find difficult to show us, then leave it, don't put.
Let's go back to that side.
CIA, Central.
It's most likely, could it be because it is, I don't know.
CIA Word Fact Book. I think that's the book they
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But the point I want to make is since there is no page there, could it be that it's a one-page document?
It's possible.
Because there's no page there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's possible. Maybe just a one-page document. I mean, it might just be an idea from the whole book.
Or maybe the idea.
An
Just
idea.
like the one just before.
Yes, it might just be an idea from the whole book. So all those things, you are the one that you want to support your facts with a what am I saying? You want to support your idea with a fact and you want to show the source. It is your duty to go and do a proper referencing. That's all. So go and do that. If you're not able to do it, don't put it. If you're able to do it, put it, and you see many. But here we will require books, we have for articles and journals. So those are two are very, very important that we must know how to reference and many other. That's an example. Okay. But we'll go and learn it. So let's talk about the last part of it, paper formatting. Paper formatting is very, very simple. Just format your paper. But we have standard. Okay. Okay, some of the things you'll find, not all of them is useful to us, but we can use some of them. And this one, it's part of it. Title page, this is Turabian style guidelines for formatting. You must always have a title page. Title page means when you are submitting your assignment, title page is that front page where you put your name, your dates, your title, your name, the date, you put it. Then your paper margins should be one each. So don't be my lecturer, don't give margins and we spread the thing across. This time around is one inch at the I'm talking of your whether you submit it or you print it, it should be one margins. Turabian style what we use. So it means 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. All your writing is in between it. I think this one looks like it. So this paper itself look like 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. It will look like this. Spacing.
Okay, you think up and down.
Up and down, yes, everywhere. It's 1 inch all around. This place, one will say 1 inch from here to wherever. From this place to this place, I think it's 1 inch. From this place to this place is 1 inch. And on top of it, for that Turabian style, up 1 inch, down 1 inch, all around 1 inch. And this one, once you have your computer or whatever, you have set it. Once you set it, you don't even bother about it again. You know that you have your paper standard that you use to write your work. So then what we do that is margin. Spacing. Okay, this one is okay. Let's use this guy's work for the spacing. Okay. That's right, it will not confuse us. Okay, when we talk about spacing, we know spacing now for us, but some of us are not spacing. Spacing is from here to here. They measure all this. For assignments that most of Turabian style, it is two. It is two, what they call it? Two double space. Double space will be in between. So all that you do, just set your paper to double space, and when you're doing your thesis too, is double space all through. All through.
Somebody can play smart one.
What would they do?
In that one.
What would they do?
That double space.
And they'll do one another.
Like the place, no, the double space, and the place where you can put space before, space after. It's still double space. And you see that double space. But yeah, but you can create space before. You increase the number of that's stress.
I know.
Then
Also that.
I know most times you don't know.
If you click on the paragraph, yes.
There is a particular
click on the paragraph.
do that.
Mhm.
So the reason I'm saying is that it may not work to
Yeah.
the whole document at once. You have to start going section by section.
If you highlight it on control.
Yeah, you can do it. Control A can do it. Yeah. But
But we shouldn't do what do they want to do it? What do they want to cheat?
Allow you to take
is this like go to
take more words.
Decide justify.
go to
Paragraph, that's
paragraph. Go to this one.
Paragraph.
This one. Yeah, paragraph.
Yeah?
No, that line. Yeah, click it. And you can see add space before.
Oh.
If you click add space before, add space after,
What will you
it
do?
will increase it.
it
That
will,
is only in between paragraphs.
yeah, it will increase the space here. It will increase from here to increase there. It will increase here. But you see the same double space.
Come on, to see how people are doing general.
I think we get that.
It will show you double space, but sir, that
It's obvious that the space is small.
affects every word in that paragraph.
Okay, it's not just the paragraph.
Anyway, we cannot do it. There's no
Every
need.
line.
Since the assignments are doing,
Double, I take double words.
That would be for.
I've seen it before.
One space here, but
I've seen it.
showing the-
I think I've seen what has happened in some of the years. Some work like that.
the space, only one
Well,
space.
when children are tired, that's what they want to do. When they just want to fill the pages, and they want to be smart enough. So, okay, well, let me say you can't do like that or like that one. There's no need to. Okay, but that is two double spacing. But really, two double spacing, and then all this one. I think this is actually what it's supposed to be. Flush to the left. That is. Okay, that is spacing. So the text should be double spaced with the exception of block quotations, notes, block quotations. Though I don't know. Indent the first line of a new paragraph by using the tab key. It would actually be nice to do it. The students don't pay attention to this thing. Hello, I know that many students don't pay attention to this thing. It is the only time when they pay attention to this thing. Is when the only time when you are really clear is when you are doing your thesis. That's for submission. That's when we want to be all the rules. But if you are, I'm coming, but if you are used to the rules already, it will be a lot easy for you to flow. You see this thing, one thing I've known about this thing is that when you just make up your mind to learn the rules and you get into it after some time, you just, it does not even, it's no issue again. You will not violate it. One first thing I did when I was doing my program in Masters and PhD is to find out, give me the standard. Or the first thing I wanted to know is the standard. When they gave me the standard, the first paper I wrote, I obeyed the standard to the letter. I obeyed it, and I feel obeying. See, this is it. You know what I did? I kept that in my system. As my, what they call it, prototype. As my, I asked somebody, please set my laptop to fit into this thing. And it became so easy because anything I want to do, I just go and look for that paper and look at it. Does it fit into what I want to do? Just set your system into it and then have a prototype that look, everything must look like this. And before, after some time, it became a system. It became something that it just become part of me because I have. So once you obey one rule, you keep that one, and then begin to use it to judge every other one. That was in fact, it became something that I never had problem with it. So that is it. So spacing, other space, and all that. Those are the key spaces we will need. Find out how to do it, and then we do it. I think that is okay. Now let me show us another one that's very important. Okay. Let me show you the first page of this. This one, this is all his work. I've fine-tuned his work a little to fit into my examples. Like I've done some, I used this man's book and I fine-tuned it a lot so that it will be a lot easier for me to show students. Okay, this is his title page. This is title page. That is title page. So you see, nothing on title page again. This is, I think this is just okay. Your title, your name, your course, the dates.
No lecturers.
Some put, but I really don't think whether we should. I mean, this particular one is Turabian style. This particular one is Turabian accepted style. So I use Turabian accepted style. The topic and is the topic, and you see that it's not on top of it. It says quarter. It's like you carry a page and divide it into 3. The first line, you put the. This is what I'm talking about. That's what Turabian says we should do. Put according to Turabian. This is your book. You divide it into 3. On this first line, you put your title. On this second line, you put your name and everything you want to put. That's all. So that's what we have done there. See? There's some total, just divide it into 2. The first line, you put the title. The second one, this is the first line, you put the title. And the second line, on that title, I put your name, your course, and your date. And then that is your, what they call title page. Then you can begin to write all you want to write on the next one. And that is it. That is it. So that's the formatting. And then talking about formatting, let's say this very importantly. I don't know what I've talked about. It's okay, let me go back to it. Somewhere I've left behind somewhere. Here. Fonts and line spacing. We'll talk about fonts. Well, I want to talk about fonts. This
I'm sorry, please. You said you first the name, the topic with
the title.
and the.
First, yeah.
Okay.
Very important.
Okay.
One here,
thought.
one line here, one top, yes. And this one top here, you put your title.
Title.
And this second one, you put your name, what else is it? Your name, your course, and your name, the course, the dates.
Okay, you didn't mention course.
Okay, course is there.
The third part.
And yeah,
You're not using the inside column, you are using the line to, you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? You're using the line. They just, that's what to remember. So you should divide into three and use the line.
Man, the third line, that's.
This you have four line, third portion. You are third portion, okay. This is your paper.
You're
not putting any
You're not writing here. You're not writing here. Just use this one.
The only thing that we rest on that line is the topic.
Yes. Your
You rest
topic
on
is
that
just on the line.
The first thing you are writing is on that first
On
line.
that line.
Mm.
And then this
It's
one,
the thought of
your name, the text.
The third one.
Okay. Are you talking about this?
That third one not conveys that line, your name, topic,
yes.
everything follow on the
Yes,
top page.
yes,
That's what I'm saying.
So far, yes, you're right. Okay. So your font here we use 12 points.
So that second thought, are we saying that it's going to be empty or that's okay? Your name and everything rests on that last line.
Yes.
Yes, I get it.
so it wants 12 points.
12 points for. This is what you're looking at. See how it looks. Yeah. That's just how it looks. Do you see? Just make it beautiful, that's all. And in order to tell you how to place it. So that's the first line. The second line, of course, the other two will fall below the line. That's just it. And then 12 points, 12 what do you call this thing, Seth? The font, this thing we are writing here. This is our font size 12, and then times Roman's new okay. 12 point fonts are double spacing times New Roman. Times New Roman is what we use. So you set your everything to it. And finally, submission of assignment. Please submit your assignment when it is due. When lecturer is giving you 2, if you cannot submit, just trash it out in class. That one which is too much. 2 weeks is too late, just trash it. But when they give us a deadline that we are agreed with, let's try. Let's have the habit of submitting when we are to submit. Usually we submit to the Google Drive, but they say we should try the LMS out. Pastor Kali there. Pastor Kali. Yes, Jesus Christ. I would love her to come and teach on the LMS again.
Because we have a assignment to submit.
How many of us have been able to use that LMS very well?
We
push your.
not even started.
Okay.
That's the last
Yeah, sorry. So we are done. But we can ask our questions here.
So I want to know that previous time is left injected as not by you.
actually left that out because apparently you justify. Some people use the first, some people left
Yeah.
indented. That
But
they
I'm trying to,
Ah.
I'm trying to realize that
What?
because I'm used to justify it already.
justify. I think when we just continue with justify. Honestly, just go let's justify. Justify means okay. This no, let me look at this man. Where is this? Okay, this one is justify. The one where justify everything.
Yeah.
Align. This is how they do align. This I think we should continue with this one. Yes, I'm
Are
thinking
we talking paragraphing?
no, not paragraphing, justify
Alignment.
alignment.
Yeah,
Alignment.
two sides of the paper.
Oh, it's not showing. Okay, this is it. This is justify everything. All the sides are equal. This aligned, and this make for much beauty. For me, I've looked at Arabian song. Some universities say I justify this one, do that one. I don't really know. This one is not justified. This one is left. This one left. When you say left aligned, that means this space will be straight, but this space will be scattered. Then if they say right or four, they will don't use right align. Left align like this one, but justify will be okay. Well, actually, sorry, let's just lay down alone. Justify will be better, And then, of course, the other one will say you should indent this first page. This to show new paragraph. Indent 5 steps. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Space. Okay, so talking about submission, LMS, let's try LMS today. I wish it was alive. That was what I actually have the little minutes remaining for. That if it's around, you come and teach us how to. Then says you are just done it. This is my laptop. I just teach all of us. So Alex is not around. Maybe tomorrow we're going to teach us.
The last one is not coming up. Not the house.
Which one? Which one do you want to hear?
It's not this one. It's not this speech.
Is it my
Yes.
slide? This one?
Yeah. You said in this way, say, choose your English spelling correctly and be consistent. For
Yes.
example, if you use English, you should use your column instead of column. What does that mean?
English people. When English people are spelling color, they will put you COLOUR. When Americans spelling color, they will say COLOR. What we are saying is that you should not be using British and American together. It's confusing. In the one, yes, because you should not be using the same. That's why if people are using laptop system, they say there's a way you can choose your English. That whatever you write in your laptop, it goes in American English. If we have Nigerian English, whatever you at least just keep to one. Keep to English. But some of us, our head, when we were teaching in primary school, this is how they talk us with this.
Yeah.
This is how our brain is UK, British English. All of us are that time. This is how our brain. All the things we must use. I forgot some other things. We put things like that. Our own is my brain is work this way.
I wrote someone flourish.
Yes.
This happened it for me. His name is not correct.
At least it's an American setting. And you are writing, you will not be circling this for you. You will tell you that you are not correct. Because your brain is different. Okay. Excuse me, let me talk
He just circled it for me.
So that one guy is teaching us. No, but she had between. I think so. I think. Doctors for me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to take you for this few elements. What do you call it? Element of element of academic writing. Academic writing. Okay, thank you. So I think that's about it.
Hello,
Hello, sir.
I want you to have even have the hostile handshake. God, like you, where you going? My house. Okay, let's, we need to do a couple of things before we round up. First of all, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've not seen any of your assignments.
Don't know how to use the LMS.
Seriously?
But I tried uploading my software. Okay, but I don't think I uploaded it in the right place.
Okay. Wow. Let me get it. So we are supposed to have every day of our meeting, we're supposed to have 2 class activities. And So if now I just want to remind you that you notice that for each day of class, whether we are meeting physically, we are meeting online, we have two activities that we're supposed to do, which is our group activity. We're supposed to have, first of all, discuss the daily reading assignment, and two, we discuss the process assignment. So the reading that you had yesterday, we're going to discuss them, as well as we're going to also discuss your process assignment. So those are two group activities that we have to do. And I have problem because I need to see your topics. I need to give approval to your topic so that you can proceed. So what we're going to do now, how many are we here now? 4, 3. Is anybody outside? We're missing anybody? Okay. Okay, so if we take 3, one group will be 4. So we're going to get into groups of 4 now. 3 groups of, the first group will be 3, and the second group will be, so let's see here, 1, 2, 3 will be one group. 1, 2, 3. Then 1, 2, 3. That's the second group. Yes, Esther.
Okay.
And you. And that's Sam. Ajay, what are you doing here? I thought you've taken this course. Oh, you think you are among those who did not finish your assignment. Okay. That's why I always encourage people, when you do a class like this, one of the disservice you can do to yourself is just attend class and then you forget about the assignment, because you attend all of this class, you don't do the assignment. One day you will see your record and you have to repeat the course again or to do, so it's really foolhardy for you to come and sit down in class and then you can't make out time to say, okay, let me work on the assignment. It doesn't make really sense, If you know you can't do the assignment, why come to the class? Why not just go and do your what you need to do, So this activity is very important for us to be able to get to. So 1, 2, 3 will be one group, then Ajay, and then Esther, and then we have Asotun. Is the man we're still there? Okay, so we have, that will even be more than 4. It will be more than 4. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That will be Asotun and 2, 3, 4. And then, so Emmanuel, you will join this first group. Okay. So, but before we get into the group, I need to remind you because the readings that you're supposed to have now, you get into the group, and this first group is going to be, you review your daily reading, what you learned from the reading and what stood out for you. Each member of the group will take turn to discuss that. And then let me try to get to Carlo to see. So you will do that. We'll take about 30 minutes to do that, and then we'll come back to do some debriefing. And after that, we'll do another group where we'll discuss the process assignment. And what we'll be doing today in the process assignment is that I wanted to share the topic you have chosen with your group. Why are you sharing it with your group? I want your group to listen to it, and I want your group to give you feedback, what they think about the topic, if it's a topic that is doable. Why do we have to do that? Part of it is to teach you the process that in academics, you are not all alone, okay? That for you to build topics, you need a community. Sometimes you share it with your lecturer, this is what I'm trying to do. Sometimes you share it with your friend. You get input, and that input helps you to refine your topic the more. So in that small group, you may get insight that you didn't, somebody may look at and understand what we are doing in the group is not criticism in the popular sense of the word. It's criticism, as critiquing for positive input and how to improve and to make it better than what it is. So we want to spend 40 minutes, like I said, and let's make sure we have a timekeeper so that 40 minutes will come back. We'll get a short debrief from each of the group, and then we'll round that up, and then we'll move to the next item. Now, if you want to take your group to the hall, because we can actually accommodate maybe 2 groups here. So maybe Daniel, your group should move. Daniel, Emmanuel, that group should move. And then the other group there, we can try to situate ourselves. And the time now is, so I will assume that we're starting at 1:30. We are starting at 1:30, so we'll try to make sure that we are here by 40 minutes to be work. 10 to 10, yeah. So everybody must take turns to share how the reading was and what they learned, and if you didn't do the reading, confess your sins to the class. I'm not sure that
I didn't Gary Smith. Because I did the other one.
The church. You see, and I had wanted to post that thing in the WhatsApp.
Please, sir, I think it will be better.
But I sent it right
to be doubling it.
I sent it to
whichever goes.
Yes, I sent it to Carlo. I thought that people will get it.
No, we didn't.
He said he had issues with his network.
Okay.
He tried over and over.
So I'm going. So let's discuss the one that we read.
Yeah.
But that Gary is very, very important for our work. Then I'll try to post it in the WhatsApp. Yeah.
So let's do it too, so that whichever comes through.
Yeah.
Sure, I was not the only one.
Yeah.
When I came up with I told you, I think I didn't see that.
Well, I'm communicating with the I was able to send everything to him, so I'm hoping he will get it. And then I've been so busy, I'm supposed to send you.
We are here before.
So, but so that's okay. Yeah, thank you.
This lab was not sent to
Okay, you want to get out of okay.
This one. May I just got my book to be.
Maybe just
No,
For now.
we can, have you?
I think
We can find out. It's. Who's fine, this one?
It's started fine. Trying to get cargo, I just don't want to. Right?
Some stuff on it.
I said 86 to 84. That's one. Reynolds, since we didn't read the other one.
So this one is for the okay. You report it.
What is the meaning of that? You say. Since
It's
you
the name
told
of
us,
the author. Should be on the name of the author.
wait, we have children here, Sidra, like,
You,
Maybe they just pick
you,
one.
for A,
Ugu, Oluwawoye, Adeniyi,
where's this at?
Ugu, Oluwawoye, Adeniyi.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's about, what about writing? 6. Yes, sir.
You need to go through it before you can be able to say what it is.
Yeah, but we went through it.
You I'm just saying.
We went through
Okay,
it.
I can get an idea from whatever you are saying. Okay, let's now.
But you did it last night.
That's the
I didn't do it.
Oh, you did it.
I was just checking out the side because I do this since I entered the school. I know something that I miss it then. They thought I don't. I did it.
So one should be writing like this, so
Said
that the courses.
I don't, there are some courses I miss. I want to know the courses I've done. Nobody will tell me I've done this, I've done that. These are the courses I've done from year one, year two, at least year, those courses. I know the one I've not done, so I can find them out.
So when I was going through the reading, just as I said, it's about writing. One thing that I picked there is that writing is an activity that gives meaning.
Excuse me, I want to get something clear. What are doing reading? Reading group discussion. Right.
Yes.
It's not the process of the.
No, no.
But I think you also mentioned about
The process, but he said when we come back
I'm
after
trying to
this
follow
one.
what you are in group discussion. Daily reading assignment, then process assignment. So what we are doing now is discussion.
No, the reading,
The reading discussion.
discussion,
I will have a different timing because he didn't make it clear from us. Because he said we're going to also discuss the process, whatever, in group. That was explaining that.
We are going to have some group. This one is for the reading.
Okay.
The other one is for
the.
like this one, the way we used to do. When we come, we'll be calling each group. So we just give them, give him the
Snippets of what we have done.
But that process I've not partaken.
That's tell us what to do.
The process.
After this one, he will come back again.
It may not be the same group.
Another.
Yeah.
So just as I was saying, that writing is an activity that gives meaningful form or shape. Wait for you, I think.
No, let's be talking. We need to using that one to educate me. Let me quickly be using that to finish.
This is good saying.
Otherwise, you don't have work, you enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, I've not read it. Let me,
Okay.
let me
I thought you
something
wanted
down.
to-
That when you have a set of
Let me,
ideas.
sorry, let me make it very simple.
Okay.
Very easy.
Okay,
Read page 95, that is.
that is what.
95.
That's it.
See this, Baba.
That is summary, essay.
Okay, so.
Everything you want to say, yeah, check it. Everything you want to say, check it.
When I saw it, in fact, no, I finished it. When I saw it, I said, so what was I doing? So I was just, but it's good to have the idea. Yes.
That is since you are not in class.
That is good.
But for somebody in class,
Okay, the one for today will be presented to you.
but I already got there, so I have to finish even after that because, and again, what is after that is not exactly what was different. But up to that point, that might have covered it.
Okay, so what should we do?
Yeah,
We should just- yeah, you
From
can.
here, I can say
Sure.
something.
Okay, so we can read
Not
it,
really
maybe.
does.
Let me just take it.
No, you read it to our hearing now.
You should be reading.
Uh,
Brainstorming and jotting down every idea. Okay, a summary, essay planning entails. So if you want to talk about essay planning, the first thing that brainstorming and jotting down every idea that comes to.
I think you should start from conclusion, like this and this and.
But it's okay. Yeah. Not from there. But actually, this was conclusive. If I saw this before, I'd tell you. I would have with everything about the aspect of it.
You don't, that's what we are saying that.
Let us finish.
What, we don't have time to say much.
Mm.
Within few minutes, we don't have time to elaborate all this one. Just you want to pick the points to know that you already read it and understand. Brainstorming and organizing the jotted key idea in their anticipated sequence. Now, like what we just mentioned now, you can expatiate it. Jotted key.
Then come back.
Okay. Structuring into a suitable topic sentence each of the jotted idea. Developing topic sentence into suitable introductory paragraph to prepare the reader for subsequent details in body paragraphs. Review introductory parts under essay parts. And develop topics suitable for the paragraph. 6. Plan and write a conclusion that will take into account a summary of discovery made in work, evaluation of those discovery, recommendations. 7. Ensure that there is a logical transition from one paragraph to the other in each of the 3 essay parts: introduction, body, and conclusion. Now, let's also practice with these topics. Okay, that is 7 for 6 7 7. That's at the thing. So if we can talk about these things. Okay, now one after the other, let's talk about it. There are some here that I've heard before, but yet I'm not clear about it. Like
The first one, brainstorming.
brainstorming is not the issue. Let me see. Structuring and suitable sentence. Okay, like this logical arrangement. You get this logical arrangement, like the, for example, why she was showing us that the person talks about Moses first for the build, according to the issue of Bible. Moses come first for the build, and the Jesus. what do you call it? The transition statement. You understand what that means?
Transition statement.
Yes. I know my pastor knows it. Do you understand what it means? Can you explain it? When they say, okay, what does that one mean? In this place, they said, okay, ensure that there is a logical transition of idea from one paragraph to the other. You know why we are receiving a lecture? We say you can make your conclusion be a transition.
Coming out from somewhere into another place.
So that when you go to subsequent page, what you ended will have a substance.
The subsequent paragraph.
Yeah, into the subsequent paragraph. I mean, it's not that there will be a relationship between the first
Paragraph and the subsequent.
But the last one you said there will be the one that will transit the paragraph to the other one. What you distinctly you said
that you compute your thoughts.
Yeah.
Is that you compute your thoughts in that paragraph temporarily?
Yeah, temporarily.
Or find a way of linking it to the next paragraph.
That is where the transition.
That's the transition.
Here you get me. Yes. So I'm saying it so that me too I can get more clarity.
No, that's
If what I'm saying is wrong, you can tell me. You can tell me maybe I'm wrong. Because that is how I understand it. Then what again? You said develop topic sentence into suitable body paragraph.
That's up to them. We're still on one.
And that's what it is that.
I did not start from one. You don't know based on me.
No, but we need to say something. We have to review.
Okay.
Yes.
Brainstorming and jotting down every idea that comes to mind. Okay, this one can happen either you are reading any particular book or you are not even reading book. So you get so brainstorming necessarily it may be as a result of what you are reading or it's an idea that just flow through your mind. Just put it down. It can really find it may not be, but you just put it down. So
I think another way to look at it is thinking. You have to think when you are brainstorming, you are thinking. And when you are thinking, you jot down what you are, the idea that is coming. There is no way you can think and not have an idea. So those ideas and you are going to jot down.
That is exactly what we are saying the same thing.
Okay.
When we say the brainstorming, it means you use your brain and how you use your brain is thinking. So whatever find, so you come to find. So that is jotting. So that one is just the call. That's why I did not go there.
Are you writing because you are the one to represent us?
It doesn't matter. If I don't write it, I will say something about
Okay.
Okay. So you may not even have chance to say these 7 steps. Then the other one, organizing the jotted
Key ideas.
in anticipated points and solve exercise. What do you understand like that? So let it not be belongs to me.
One thing we missed talking about brainstorming is that you write as they come. You don't, it's not as if that you start at this.
That is not.
The idea that comes to you may actually be maybe something towards the end of what you're going to write. And that's the first idea you have. You just write it down. The fact that it comes first does not mean it comes first. It is at this second level now that you now begin to do organization. Okay. I want to write about women in ministry. And it came to my mind that one of the problems that women in ministry have is that ability to be able to document things together, being a mother, being a professional, being a wife, being a daughter of somebody, and the rest of them. That cannot be. But that could be the first thing you write it down.
Right.
So under organization now, you now say, okay, who is a woman in this? What are the issues around them? You understand? Why are people having issues with this? Then these are the challenges they are having. And you can now talk about profiling solution at the back end.
Fine.
So that's what the organization is about.
it's getting more clear. And this is the essence of this group. It's getting more clearer. So the brainstorming idea come unarranged. So that then after you got into this idea, you now started arranging the questions you come first, which was to come last week. So that is where the organizing the objective. Yeah. Okay, now the third one said structuring into a suitable topic sentence each of the objective idea. So here now you form sentence topic from those idea that you are organizing. After the organization, what comes is structuring.
Those suitable topic.
So suitable topic. The form topic out of those three.
So make it easy. This is just more or less like saying, develop your idea into a subject. You understand? So that's what that's number 3 is talking about. Structure into a suitable topic sentence. Each of the just so let's say you had 6 ideas. So each one now you develop it into more or less like some evidence. You understand? Then what goes after? What comes after that is when you begin to develop it afterwards. To see it no longer as a sentence, but as a sentence to give back the sentences.
And now, sir, if already you have an anticipated topic,
that's actually what we're working on.
Wait, and now you are now jotting in the process of collating your jotted idea and you're organizing it. You know, it will definitely affect. It will definitely affect whatever you have in mind as a topic. Except you allow, you don't get that.
Okay,
For instance,
it seems like you understand. You know, you already have a title.
Yeah, I've not got it. So let me get so that.
okay, let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay.
For instance, now I want to like say you women, the role of women in the church. So I'm anticipating that I want to write about that.
No. You are giving that topic.
I'm giving that topic.
So let's take it.
Now, okay, I'm giving that topic. You know, when you now brainstorming, when you study, you get your source, get information from your source, and you are jotting things down. When you now organize those things, you jotted.
Brainstorming is not necessarily
Reading. You are not reading, you are just thinking.
Listening, I've not concluded. Now, when you gather those information, you want to arrange those information will draw, those ideas will come unarranged. You want to arrange it now. In the process of arranging it, you want to bring the topic out of it, or you already have the topic. The way you are arranging the affects your topic.
So you can answer him.
You get it will definitely affect your topic.
Let her answer.
Okay, answer.
Are you still?
Or
as you answer?
I'm confused.
Okay, let me.
Now.
I think I've told you something. Now you already have a topic for this.
Okay.
When it's talking here about structuring into a suitable topic sentence. Topic sentence is not essay topic, it's not topic of the essay. That's what we are confused.
Yeah, that's what I want to.
No. The topic is sacrosanct. We are talking on this topic. Boys in school. All right, that's the topic. Now we have that topic in mind, then we are thinking, then we have ideas. As we are brainstorming, we put it down. Now, the first idea that comes to you could be, boys in school are always more difficult to handle. That cannot be your first point when you want to write a proper essay logically.
Yeah.
But you put it down. All right. Then something else comes. Okay, how can we start it? It could be, as we are thinking, the solution to dealing with that will come next.
Put it down.
Now,
it cannot be sequential as I
exactly.
No.
Now you have bring sequencing after that organization. Now, when you said you should develop topic sentences into suitable introductory paragraphs, what you say there is more or less like you are getting a theme for each paragraph, not for the For the essay itself.
Not for the
Not for the essay.
topic.
Yes,
So that is exactly what I was trying to say.
that was not what you were saying.
It won't affect the essay topic, but it will affect the sentence, what do you call it? You said something, okay, let's say this is topic, essay topic. Under the essay topic, you have some topic again. Okay.
You know, we are coming out from organized. We have organized.
If
the
you
project,
think
we are
that what you said, what I've said, then we are not on the same. That's not something you say.
I'm not even saying what you say is what you say is what I say. I'm trying to clarify it. Is this what you mean now? If I will understand this
Okay,
topic of the essay, yeah, the topic cannot be changed, right? But the idea you have when you develop it, you form a subtopic under the essay topic.
Okay, can we use this book as an example? This is the topic. Am I right? So when you are organizing or you are brainstorming, some ideas will be coming. You are jotting them down. And after jotting them down, then you now come to organizing. Okay, then the development, that's where you now have all these subtopics. And this is not what we mean by we call subtopics.
When you are writing an essay,
All
no,
this.
well, these are titles of different chapters. When you are writing, you don't write it as a topic, subtopic, this and that. But it's the thing you are focusing on in that paragraph. That's what you focus on. When you are done with your idea in that paragraph, then you move to the next idea, which is now a subtopic, I mean, a suitable topic sentence. Then you develop that one in another paragraph. That's how you continue to write it. Do you understand it? Or is it any clearer than what I explained?
It's clear. It's clear. Essay topic and topic sentence.
Maybe let me say this. Developing topic sentences. The one you call it, I think the problem is topic that you are saying there.
Yeah.
Topic that you are saying there is not like you write an underline.
Topic.
It's not necessarily that you write an underline. It's saying that it is a sentence that will give back, like I said originally, to other sentences to blow a little bit, to blow it up a little bit, what you are trying to communicate in that one sentence. Because we are not just making a statement. You are writing an essay. So there is room for explanation.
To be bulky.
Yes.
Let's go to this. Lot topic sentence. Into suitable body paragraph.
That's exactly what we are going to talk about.
That's what you just finished explaining.
Okay. Plan and write a conclusions. That's take to account. Some note of right.
We are packing a lot of things together here. Because this includes academic papers, just time paper, or even your thesis and the rest of them.
Just like the body.
Exactly.
Just like the body now. This number 6.
Yeah.
Yes, like the body. That's
No.
the rewriting.
No. This is the conclusion now. The body is what we have done in number 5.
Number 5.
That's the body. This is the conclusion now. But what I'm trying to clear out is that, when you said write a conclusion that may take into account a summary of discoveries made in the work, evaluation of those discoveries and recommendations. It may not be exactly that when you are writing a short essay. That's why I'm bringing that in. But all these elements must be present when you are writing maybe a term paper or a longer essay. But the idea is that you are trying to capture your thesis in that writing in a succinct way as a way of reminder of what you have said in the entire audience. That's what I understand.
Our steps ensure that there is a logical transition from one product in each of the three segments, which is
that is seamlessness we're talking about when we're talking about linking them together using
practice. Now that's okay.
One thing I picked early in that writing is that the writing is different from essay. So that's very important. So that difference is that. But I also realized that in the book, the writing that is described there does not is outdated. It does not take primarily into consideration electronic book. So that's just an addition. That's what I noticed. I noticed.
They mentioned the use of pens, pencils, markers, chalk, and
That's all. Even around in sand.
in sand.
Which is correct.
Exactly.
However,
Correct.
the major means of our writing now, because I think it's been written for some time before the electronic whatever. We have to know that in our minds. No,
she said one of the things you told.
Please, can you let all the group round up and start coming?
Yeah,
We have about, I think, 9 or 10 minutes.
But then again, you know, there are so many.
Yeah, there are 7 minutes.
What is the major difference between writing and this? What is the major?
I want you to try it. Writing is an attempt to give meaningful form and shape to all ideas. The result of that is
Essay. And essays are usually formal.
the result of that effort is what we call essay.
Whereas writing may be informal. Essay may be formal, writing may be informal.
That your attempt to communicate that idea is the writing. But it becomes an essay when you have done all that we have said now. You get it? So you could have been, it could have been said that you have written, even when you have not written an essay. But you couldn't have an essay without writing.
So writing is both an activity and a process.
Yes, and the product is essay.
Essay.
Okay, this is part of your.
And come here.
I'm talking to.
Okay.
This is.
Now, and the writer also mentioned some other forms of writing, graffiti, notices, memoranda, binders, letters, reports, spreadsheets, and the rest of that. So what we are saying now is that when we say essay, it's only the type of writing. That's one of the products that I can produce. It's not the only product. The fact that you have written and you now got something written and you have finalized does not mean you have written an essay. When you are done, after you have put up the thought process and other things into place, now that you are done writing, it does not mean that, oh, this is not an essay. It might not be an essay, it could be graphics. Like not those, on the walls. It could be a notice, it could be a memorandum within the company that used to circulate information and the rest of them. It could be a letter, it could be a report, it could be minutes of a meeting or something. So that's to say that the product of writing is not just essay. Let me see what else I can.
We have varieties of writings.
Okay. And then there are some questions that you asked about the contents of the writing.
Yeah.
There are questions you ask about the content of the writing. What is it about? What are you writing about?
So then which jury you want to use? Is it,
Yeah.
is it poetry, is it prose, is it drama, whatever? Then who are you writing for? Who's your target audience? Who's your expected audience? Because if you are going to, like I always tell people, it's not the same way you preach in the bus when you are going to my 12. I mean my troop. When you are going to VI, it's not the same. But your audience should determine your media.
And among all these writers that we have here, I know they have differences like memo, scripts, reports, minutes. What make each one of them different from another?
They are
Different.
inherent
That is
minutes.
what I want us to talk about.
Okay.
Okay, what makes script different from minute? What makes minute different from speech writing? Let's talk about it.
It's being handled by actors.
Written
It's
scripts.
written.
Yes.
Eh,
It's written for actors and
For
actresses.
Written means to act as guide to actors, like
Yes.
actors stages. Why memo writing that?
within an organization,
And a formal lecture.
just to
More
notices,
formal-
for notices,
Or reminders.
reminders.
So memo is always played on
Updates,
office
information.
setting.
Yeah.
So just as we should have. When we
They are like letters, but they don't carry all the paraphernalia of a formal letter. No, they are
Just a
formal
short,
letters.
it's just a short.
Then, what about minutes? Can we talk about?
Because it's in channel, you don't start pushing the agenda.
No. It's a report of a proceedings, just like we are meeting now. Somebody is taking minutes.
I have an issue with that,
Okay.
the author's extraction of that. Because I had learned from other sources that there's a different, with the meaning that was given to the minutes there. I think it's too loose. That's my opinion, not an expert. Let's look at it.
Is that a
an issue.
written report of proceeding at of
Which page are you on?
page 99.
Yeah, the minutes. A written record of proceeding. It's a written record of proceedings. That's why a lot of times you see that in my country, in this country, what people write as minutes are reports. And there's a difference.
Okay. Now, but that's where I'm going. What should be a report? What should be a read? Let me read the reports here now. The report is writing that presents specific position or plan for action
Or what
executed or yet to be executed, especially for official purpose. So that one is clear to me. So now when you say what people write as minutes is reports, or I'll talk to us about that. What do you understand about that? That what people write mostly now are setting here is a report.
You know, reports are not detailed.
Okay.
Minutes are not supposed to.
Yeah, okay.
It's tell you the time has taken off. He coughed.
We started with an opening prayer.
Somebody came in, we had to halt.
Okay.
Then when he left, he now continued.
Okay.
That's not minutes.
That is not minutes. It's a report.
It's a report.
It's not really a report, but it's at least it's closer to report than minutes. I think that minutes
should
have
not
to
carry
be more
on.
with more or less like the major highlights, not like people have this belief that everybody's name must appear, even when he has not said anything. Makes sense.
Attendance, that should be under attendance.
Thank you. So people, I think minutes should be more about decisions, conclusions, agreements.
You know,
meeting.
I love that.
Are you getting my point? Rather than struggling to capture everything that happens. But that's why I think that's, I don't know.
I love that. I love that. That is what I give them to the secretary. they expect me to write, I say, oh,
Somebody say, I said this, you did not write it.
no, I'm just pointing.
Point of order.
Can talk on a matter. If people can talk while we're discussing,
And
what
everybody
we agree on this matter. I think that's more important in minutes than this one said. Then chairman that disagreed. Then and if you
And
know
with
now
specific things we
say
have all around them.
that's why I told you before I started. That's what we call minutes. And I don't think that's 1 minute. I don't think so.
That is good observation, and what we are doing, we have direct and reported writing. That's speech writing to speech writing, a piece of common writing, the content of which is expected to be read.
The read, the
Loudly and audience. Listeners, okay, I think we are familiar with that speech writing. Direct and repeated writing. You need to distinguish between direct and reported writing. You need to distinguish.
That one is talking about it's more or less like moving direct speech and indirect speech to level of writing beyond those particular statements. Read it actually.
direct and reported
And reported what?
writing.
Writing, that's the whole writing now. But you know what we are in the what you are just learning, we teach you about reported speech,
And
where you
indirect.
quote the person verbatim. You know, you call the person Olu said, I am not going. Then you close it off. All right, citation.
It's
By
reported.
the time you are reporting, Olu said that he was then going or something like that. Do you understand? That's reported. So the writer is now saying that
And that's the indirect
writing,
report.
yes.
That's
So the writer is now saying that there is also what is called direct and indirect writing. That is, for example, you say something from what when you are not quoting, you can just say that social person is also here, alluded to the fact that, or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, I want to quickly have a debrief on the readings. We want each of the group to share briefly what were the key learning, what are the learning points that you want to share with the class. Is the first group here?
Yes.
Eh?
That's Daniel is coming.
Daniel and who else?
Mr. Diko said he had to.
Yeah, Diko. Okay, so let's start with you. Right, the note for Daniel to come. Is Daniel the secretary? Please, can you close that door because of the air conditioner?
Yeah, the secretary.
Or if you're largely want to start. So your group have to talk now. whoever you have designated to speak to do that.
During our brainstorming moments, going through the whole together from what individual.
Can you just sit and talk? We'll still hear you.
From our own discussion, we got some few points, which were writing is a wider scope.
Remember, you're reporting on two texts, so we need to understand which one you're reporting or whether you're trying to pull out information from both of them.
It's just advanced English.
Oh, okay.
We're reporting on advanced English. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Writing is actually a wider scope. Why, according to the writer, I said writing is an activity and a process. Writing entails an idea, while essay is a product of the writing and the process. And he said that an essay is a formal form of writing, while writing can be either formal or informal. Then he said the purpose of writing must be well known. That is, and that has to do with the introductory part. The purpose of writing and the problem what you're writing about is going to address, what you're writing is going to address, the problem it's going to address, and all that and so on. So say that essay is a subset of writing. That is, an essay is under writing. We have different forms of writings. We have different aspects of writing. We have essay writing. We have drama writings. We have story writings and all of those things. So he said that essay is just a subset of the various form of writing. That is, it's just one part of it. So it is not as ambiguous as using the word writing. It's writing is a bigger scope, while essay is just a subset of it. Also, he said the nature of the essay will determine the form of the essay. For example, the essay I want to write about will determine whether it's going to be a descriptive essay, it's going to be a narrative essay, it's going to the nature of the essay is actually going to determine the form of what the type of essay I'm going to be writing on. So he also said the writing process has to do with the brainstorming. That's we having to think through before beginning any forms of work on our essay or writings. He also talked about the planning stage.
Okay, just hold it there. So can somebody take the discussion from the planning stage? What and what do we need to do? The group here, Esther and others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it to give our own report to?
Yes. What I'm saying that the part of your reading talk about planning of AC. So it's either you want to focus on that, but I want us to avoid repetition. Yeah, just going back.
Just take it from where.
Yeah, so where he stopped with that.
No, he has spoken about something. It's done. It's done. Yeah, okay. It was supposed to take it. Don't worry. Don't worry, that's mine. Writing. We mentioned that after you have brainstormed, you then begin to organize afterwards, because the ideas come to you while you are brainstorming, not in sequence. So then and then after that,
So what do you organize?
You organize the idea that you had jotted down.
Okay.
That you have jotted down.
So during brainstorming, ideas, notes,
just at their own as they come, not arranged. So organization is now when you put those ideas in order. is to make logical meaning to the reader. First to yourself, then to the readers. Apart from that, you have to develop topic sentences. That means those are sentences that you develop on per paragraph. You know, so and as you are developing that, after you have done all of that, then you now begin to develop do the proper writing of the body, you know, to expatiate on those topic sentences, to develop them before you go into. Then you have to read for logical sense. You have to be logical when you have done all that writing. Then before you now come to conclusion, when you come to conclusion, you make inferences, to make recommendations, you give your conclusions or maybe a stand or whatever based on what you have written. All fine.
So the other group, what do we want to add?
So, to furthermore add to what I said already, it then has various types of writing. So when after what has been gotten in the structure, we have them in different types. So we have the journalistic writing, the article writing, the essay writing. We have memos, writing of memos. We have quite a lot of academic writing and so we were all the things that forms the writer apply to all the other writing. That's the end result is that to communicate something. That's to define what the problem is. You tell us what we are doing. Is it to identify just the problem or to solve the problem? Because it will make a concept solution.
So most of the writing that you do here in the school, where do you categorize that?
Academic writing.
So academic writing consists of what and what?
Essays,
Pen paper,
thesis. Okay. And any other thing, what do you say? Reviews, okay. So any other thing you think we need to cover in the reading that we've not covered?
We also mentioned that each writing is divided into the body.
Okay. I guess part of what you saw in your elements.
Yes.
Yes. So and you see, like you must understand that everything that you write, those three elements must be seen in it. How you do your introduction, how you do your conclusion. And sometimes the students who are doing research, writing their research paper, they fail to understand that from the beginning to the end, your first chapter, your second chapter, each and every one of those things, you see those elements come into play. How you start, how you continue, and how you were able to conclude or to round up your work. But the question is that, do we see logic play into this? I said yesterday that logic ties your whole work together. Can you see that there must be a logic tying your introduction, your body, and your conclusion? Right?
Yes.
There must be logic that ties that together. Otherwise, because whatever conclusion you are drawing is based on what you have established in your introduction, the body, and then as well as the conclusion. And any other thing you can reflect on that you think we need to know?
One other thing that I think we have not mentioned generally here are the points that we consider when we are writing, like the genre we want to use, like the audience we're going to be speaking with, or writing to, or our potential reader. Talk about the content form and all those things they will determine how we present our work. Because we will write for an audience of children, from when you are addressing graduates on any topic.
So most of your papers here will be assumed that you're writing scholarly paper, which need to be, except when you go to do your class in preaching or homiletics, and if you are preparing a sermon that you want to deliver to youth or to children or to adults, then you become audience sensitive. Okay, so even that youth, you start even thinking about what
level of education,
what generation am I dealing with? Gen this or Gen Z or Gen this and that, you know? So it gets more as to what kind of language do you use, you know, to get things across to them. I think I was listening to the Muslim, he's a professor, it's not important. He was talking about the Gen Z. So one of the chief characteristics of the Gen Z is that they just like money. They don't care where the money comes from. All it's just that they want money, and they're ready to negotiate.
I think that person is in Nigeria.
Guy is a Nigerian.
That is not true about this, sir.
Okay.
I tell you, it's not correct.
Okay.
He's trying to speak inductively.
Okay.
Yes, it's not correct.
Why?
Then since don't love money and ready to go back. It's looking at it from the perspective of 419 and all these things that are going on. But that's not typically Gen Z. They are willing to work.
Well, he wasn't saying they're not willing to work. He wasn't saying that they are not willing to work. I mean, even whether you call it Yahoo, to them is work.
That's not the kind of work I mean. I mean legitimate work.
Yeah, so, but I mean, it did emphasize the point that the young people, they want to work. But why are they working? You know, is just the fact that they know money is serious. They need money to get what they. So it's not that he was sort of speaking it from a negative point of view. But the point is that they value money because they know that they want to use it to get to, you know, it gives them mileage, you know, to do whatever they want to do. So,
yeah, but if we take that statement outside of Nigeria, they must stand as much as we are looking at it from I'm telling you, Gen Z's, millennials, these guys, do you know that they have less value for money than those of us that are baby boomers?
Well,
yes.
I'm not.
Let me give you an example.
Well, no, wait. You know, just a simple, just a simple analysis is for us to talk about our children.
Okay.
My own understanding of that they are so money conscious than we were. In fact, you talk about. I mean, the other day, my son, who is doing computer science, my wife was telling him that he needs to do something in the school website. So he told my mom that it's going to be 40. He told the mother it's going to be 40,000. So So,
Those ones are childish.
see, you see it's childish. See, let me tell how the conversation.
Who tell your daddy like that?
So my wife said, this is family that reduce the money. So he now said that number one, the app that he's going to use, that is going to pay, and the amount of money he's going to pay is probably amount to this. And so then his own side of
But my
you see, I'm just telling you that this is simple research to do. Right now at home, my daughter who is doing the one doing nursing. So, bless you. She's I need books to be packed in my library. You are me. I paid 15,000 today. Because
you say,
you see,
you go and do the work and not from the when you ask yourself,
even this my son, because he's staying at home, he's like staying at home too much. Okay, I want you to come to the library. I need to talk with Daniel for you to be coming 3 times in a week. Volunteer to do anything, I'm going to pay you. Because I want him to be out of the house ahead, you know. So, but the point I'm making is that the consciousness and the way these children negotiate money, frankly, I don't think that is how I grew up.
No, sir.
You know?
So, because at this level, when we go out there, when we speak, you know, we need to be sure that people understand us properly. That's what I'm saying. When
So you see, to me that is, and it's not just. I'm just giving my own example, and that example could go with other young people that I've dealt with in the church. The point I'm making is that the consciousness of money and the fact that they need money to get things done is just so much on them, you know? And I think that, and I don't, you know, it's sometimes, I wonder, because there are things that I will not even say to my dad or my mom, you know? It's, you know, those days I'll come back from the university, my mom will go to the farm. She wants to carry the basin of cassava. I will carry it.
Sure.
But I think that if that happen now and the children want to negotiate,
Sure,
how much you are going to pay them, you know, for them to come and, you know. So I think that is, and it is the heightened consciousness. And you see, that consciousness can also spill into a negative side of it. And the negative side of it will be like, we can, whatever we want to do to make sure that, you know, we get, money. So I look at home with my library books are so dusty. So Daddy, how many shelves you have? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shelves. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So now, how much are you going to pay me? But you are here in this house. Your mother is giving you food to eat. You are enjoying
That is your duty.
you know. So I understand. Sometimes I just sit down. I said, you know, it's a tough one, but again, sometimes you just want them to, and when they come back from this holiday, they're asking, what can I do? Last time, for one of them to volunteer to go and be registering people in this thing, it results in negotiation. So the whole negotiation is just, out of, anyway.
Let me just do my concluding thoughts. Let me do my concluding thoughts, sir.
Is there?
The FWB and negotiation was.
Now, why I deliberately raised that matter because of the caliber of people we are here.
Yeah.
Some of us we have oversight over these children. If we have this mentality, we may mix it all together and dealing with them. Let me give you examples. These guys, we are talking about the love money. They do everything for money. It's not exactly so. Let me explain. Do you know that these children value their freedom more than money? They value their freedom more than money. We don't. We will slave out on a job because of salary. This guy works out, he goes to work today, he walks back and he has nothing falling back on, he would rather be hungry. Do you see what I'm saying? If they really value money as much as we are thinking,
They will not be changing jobs anyhow.
not changing. He's not sure he will ever have another one. He just wants to have his peace. That's number one. Number two is this.
That one, what you have just said is not common.
It is, sir. Number one, let me give you another one. You know that why do we need money? We want to buy a house, we want to buy big cars, we want to throw big Owambe party.
Driving house.
These guys are more into communities. You see, what I'm trying to disabuse our mind from is the same mentality that those that went ahead of us thought that something is wrong with us. Every generation is different, not worse or better. So that's my own thought.
Yeah, you see, the point is that you can see you can see it from a negative perspective, but that the point is the point is not that. And I mean, certainly what you've said about freedom, they need their freedom. Part of the freedom is just that we now have a lot of our daughters who are growing up. That freedom makes it difficult for them to learn how to cook in the house.
Or even submit to him.
For example, I don't know what is your people's experience, but the same freedom makes it for you to call them to get up to come for devotion in the morning, because sometimes they will spend the night in their phone, walking, talking, and then morning.
They will sleep by 6 and you want to wake up by 7.
So when you push them and get them out by that 7, yes, it's
negotiating. Everything. It's not just money they negotiate. So that's my point. It's not just money.
So we need to understand. Okay, we need to understand that yes, they need freedom. Freedom for who? Freedom for themselves or freedom for themselves? For community. So you can say they need freedom. And more, and it's every side of this has its pros and cons, So, but if you think about growing up, that we are more concerned about family and community and individual, But I see a situation where without very strong Christian value, you have people who are growing up for themselves. They want to live for themselves. They want to do things for themselves. And I mean, there might be exceptions in all of that. But many times you realize that you doesn't really matter. Okay? So we grew up. Our family was very important to us. What mommy and daddy thinks and making sure that we do things that project family value was very important, you know. But I think that will gradually move to a point where I want it, and I think this is good for me. I don't care what you think. I don't care what, you know. So it's all back and forth that we need to understand this. If we have this understanding, then you now think about how do we bring a meeting point where we communicate Christian values, you know, and pass across those values, to them. So it is really not, like I would say, is neither there nor here. And the whole idea of the fact that you have all of this generation where, so I stay at home, I prefer to order food from the fast food for us to eat than to spend my time to prepare the food. I need money to do that. Okay? And in the past, you think that, well, I think I can, by trying to manage at home and maximize money, you can save, and do this. So, yeah, so, you know, those kind of some of the things that you keep, one keep reflecting on, and hopefully they should have a way of negotiating their way through all of that. But I think that, and of course, we're not saying that they should be the same with us, but Christian values should cut across whichever generation it is. If Christian value doesn't cut across the generation and still recognizing the peculiarity, but if Christian value is eroded because of peculiarity, then I think that we have serious problem, to deal with. And so I think that those are, so sometimes I can just tell you my own experiment, at home. And, our first daughter who is in Boston in the US, we talk almost every day. She tried to make a lot of decisions, but she talked a lot. She knows who to talk. If her car has problem, she needs to call me immediately, and she asks about this and that. And she knows what she needs to talk to her mom immediately. She knows to call her mom that, look at this. If she needs long hour of prayer, I think the mother will spend more long hour of prayer than myself, with her.
Sure.
So she, even though, she's out there, she seemed to be more, she's very prudent the way she spends her money. She's very prudent. And she will ask a lot of, before she even bought a car, I was here in the phone checking all things around, But she seems to be just different from this one, And she was born, when was that, the 90s, 96 or so. So if you want to look at the generation, this thing, sometimes I look at this, one, I just keep wondering. So, the way I say this thing will end.
The generation used to be 100 years.
you know,
It's
energy.
And now 30.
That's 3 years.
3 years.
If you see children who are 3 years apart, then they'll be looking at each other and see, is this what this present was? 3 years apart, which used to be 100 years.
That thing that we talked about, they will tell you they are working smart. That those hours that they are supposed to put in cooking, they will work and make more money that can order food for them.
Those one who are now cooking, they are buying. If those one didn't put extra hour to
That's their own problem.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing because what I'm trying to do is disabuse our minds from that because they are like that in the past.
No, nobody
He has clarified this.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it for the
It's
sake of
not a question of bias, so I don't tell anybody it's bias. And you know, as I say it, I don't say it even from the point of bias.
I said it for all.
Yeah.
You already said it.
We understand very well.
Yeah, because you see, like this,
It's a very big issue.
this my our third daughter, who just finished from Unilag, she's very intelligent. She made first class in economics. She was, before he went to school, she was cooking. Right now, it's difficult for her to cook. You know, it's just difficult. The more I have to do this and call her, they come, this and mommy, you have to get somebody to clean this house. Or I'm going to clean and you know the thing is that just the boldness they have. Just the boldness, you know, just the boldness. You know,
When you look at mom, did your mother live her hair this way?
No,
So what are we talking about?
she didn't.
Culture is starting.
so
Especially from where I'm coming from.
Culture is starting.
Always tired.
You get my point? Now, I give credit to somebody, a marriage counselor, they were telling the two people that, okay, your wife doesn't cook, how you people say they're okay, it's whatever, okay. I said, please don't destroy that equilibrium
Allow them.
by your counsel. They are fine.
yeah.
Then,
If
it's a woman, you will be cooking.
No. If it
Those are the kind of things I'm finding, that's how I raise the matter.
So okay.
My bigger sister is a lawyer. By the time we wanted to marry her husband, then, the mommy knows, she knows that she's a lazy girl. Can you marry her? She said, yes, to love her. When they now marry, they now complain, mommy, Cookie cannot wake up in the house and do this. Last thing I told you, you say you love her. Cookie can spend 20,000 to wash underwear. She doesn't care. She can use, even if you see her freezer, not she cook her with.
Yeah, but you see the point is that you see if those things are not managed well, they can become real point of conflict, particularly when they get to a period of financial stress, you know, in the home and in the family. You know, it can be very, very challenging. So sometimes I think about people being flexible the way they think and be able to adapt to different situations, you know, than, I mean, those kinds of situations where we are stereotype, you know. You see, at the other time I was at Spar to buy something and one lady come there. She brought his present to put ogbono soup, vegetable soup, egusi soup, okra, the pack, all of that meat. And I think that day she was telling her friend, this should be able to take us for a week or so. And she's a busy person because she says she get out to work and come back, I mean, late, I mean, every day, probably, maybe it's weekend that she has, I mean, time. So those negotiations could be understood as long as the family is is going
Dynamic
on.
support it.
Financially, you can do. Sometimes as you move on, as children come into the family, get into the school, the stress, come in. And I think that probably we don't want to create a system where we have more fractured families and fractured relationship as a result, of the couple being one-sided. So you get up, like I will tell them, well, we have to pray as a family, and I need to get out early. And you can't tell me that because you slept at 1 o'clock.
You knew we were going to wake up
So
at this time.
you got to be here for us to pray. So sometimes they come there and they sleep in protest. No problem. So if you want to sleep in protest, so we'll give you enough and look. And the other concern I told them, I said, look, part of why we are Christian parents is that we want to pass on Christian values to you.
That's a bigger legacy.
When you get back to your home, you can't get off to get children to hold devotion. What are you going to communicate to that generation? What are you going to communicate? You want to operate a laissez-faire family where everybody just do.
Johnny, we have to go because
and
mommy, don't be silly. I don't have time.
Yeah, you never just laugh.
Yeah. So anyway, those kind of those reflection, this kind of reflection, I think that we have to be thinking about. Like I said, we can't force them to be like us. I mean, just like I always say that when you talk about going to protests, whether it's end SARS or end bad government, you don't see our generation there, because in the first place, the military has made us to be afraid. So at the back of our mind, we are very fearful people.
Yes.
That you don't want to be out there because you don't know what. But you see, these are the people that will say that we're going to be out there. So those whole dynamics, they are there that we just have to keep in mind. Now, it's getting to this thing. Now, I want to listen to your topic before we close. All I need you to, somebody should come and write. Who writes very well? Just come and write your topics here. Then when we write the topic, I can copy them and give it to me, and then we can close. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we're starting first.
So who is starting? What's your topic?
Running and
Your name first.
my name is Bolaruti. Sister Bolaruti.
Yeah, just sit down. It's okay.
Okay.
Running, my topic is running and effective ministry among the outcomes. Running and
Effective ministry. Out. Next person.
Okay.
Okay.
Understanding scope.
Understanding,
Discovering ministry.
understanding,
Discovery should come before understanding.
understanding and discovering.
Discover and understand history.
Okay, well, we'll come back to talk about it. Next person.
Esther.
Esther.
Onat. K-U-N-T. People should know that. Management of mental health in a troubled marriage. Management of mental health.
In a what?
Troubled marriage. People criticize and give me a better one.
Okay.
I'll see drink.
Okay, David Solwas is married now.
But not your own. I want to grab.
Okay.
Criticism among Pentecostal leaders.
Eh?
Criticism among Pentecostal leaders. Among Pentecostal leaders.
Among who?
Pentecostal leaders.
Leaders. No, it's a point. Just write it. It's a point.
Did you go through anything else?
Go and do your work now.
It's strength.
Thinking of thinking towards someone like that. Okay. Yeah, say role or position of money. Ajayi, should I put crowd on it? You said what? Money and what? The rules. I don't know if I should use role or position of money.
No, the church.
It depends on what they're trying to do.
It's general.
Right?
No, I don't want to.
I mean, what is
The place of money.
Yeah, exactly. That it's not place of money. So there are a lot of things that will come under that. Is it in the church or in Christian ministry?
the place on your own?
Who show me better?
In what?
You say, oh, you are just talking about what it does. But say please, that means we bring balance. Where what is not supposed to be doing.
It's a wide.
But you just say, oh,
We can
you have limited it to what is
not all ministry at church is a good church. You understand me, sir?
Ministry with the children.
Yeah,
So is it right to say church ministry?
You have not met your lecturer.
Yeah. Church ministry. What? It's permissible because there are ministries that are not within the church. What is presupposed by church ministry means ministries that are run within the ambience of a local assembly. Right?
Okay, sir. Achievement.
What about the money? I don't know if I check that.
Okay, let's go.
That was management.
Of mental health in a troubled marriage.
In a trouble marriage. Okay.
David Solomon. Criticism among Pentecostal leaders. Samuel Ajayi. The place of money in the church. Ajimati Atuabemi.
Exegetical analysis. Of the rapture. Of the rapture.
Reasoner is a strong scholar.
Yes.
Somebody should help me say my own.
Practice. All Africa.
Christian bond. Secondary schools.
That's a very good question.
Daniel, well, I think it's a topic here.
Yes. Yes. Evolution of thousands.
So that is examination.
Malpractices among Christian-owned secondary schools.
Okay.
Okay. That's everything.
You are finished thinking.
And you say your name was Daniel. Just Daniel, right? Daniel Rashid.
Daniel. The other name.
Spell it.
K-I-F.
Spell it and where is it?
Let's have your
K-E-R-I-A-F.
Okay, let's go, sir.
Yes.
Is the both pen all right?
Trying.
I know.
Okay, that is it.
Feedback. To eat again. Feedback.
Seeking behavior.
Feedback.
Feedback seeking behavior.
No, there's no. Okay.
And pastors.
Pastors, what?
Members exchange.
Like this? Okay.
That's what.
Finally. Have we said anything? Okay. Some guys come out. Ele Oyelero. Ele Oyelero.
Okay, sir.
Oyelero is correct. Oyelero.
Very good for us today. That's it here. Okay, sir. We should start with this sentence.
Yes. Yes, you want to make that. You want to do that.
So can you,
Yes, that.
flip the chart, let's.
It's.
So in thinking about the topic, what are some of the things that should?
I'm not giving you an answer.
Well, we keep waiting for you to see when you're ready to, because I know he was waiting to write, okay, you were not saying something. So, so you think about when you want to have a topic, what are some of the things you should have in mind or should be your consideration in thinking about the topic?
Your interest.
Right?
Your interest.
Okay, you want to do something that you are interested in. Okay.
But to other source materials.
Availability of resources.
Availability of, so, but let's even talk about framing a topic. Framing a topic. What should you be thinking about? You want to make sure that you want to make sure that the topic is a topic that is, I'm trying to get the words to use. Right? Yeah, it's a researchable topic. It's a researchable topic. So if you even say that the topic is researchable, what do you mean? What do you even mean by the fact that you said this topic is researchable?
I think he's talking about the point you made earlier, about availability of resources.
Well, it could be one. Okay, that could be availability, it could be one.
Then it has to be objective.
Yes.
Accessible.
It could be.
Cover within specific time.
Yeah, it should be something that is manageable within the time space. So if you look at running an effective ministry among the outcasts, clarity is very important. Clarity of words and terms that is being used. So ask, what does outcast mean in this particular context? So are you referring to children who have been thrown out of the home? Are you referring to, so when your topic, there must not be ambiguity. The word must not be subject to different interpretation. It's possible that you could have, if you have definition of terms, maybe you could really define what you mean by outcast as it's been defined. But you are talking about running an effective ministry among the outcasts. And you see, there's something you also have to think about, the context in which you are working. Let's assume that this is just an essay, you just want to write an essay for the purpose of this class. Okay, that could be considered. But when it gets into a topic that you really want to research and gather information, so we want to ask outcasts in Ikorodu, Mowe, Oshodi, where this, you know. So running an effective ministry among the outcasts is, becomes something that,
Open-ended.
eh?
Open-ended.
Yes, so it becomes more of something that is not really tied. Carlo, what's the problem? You've been away since morning. Eh?
No, sir, I left here around after 12. The things I bought yesterday didn't work, so I went to change it.
Oh. And then nobody here have been able to submit assignment. They've not been able to even access the reading material that they posted yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was today now.
I
No, don't take it. Most of the class don't have. They've not been able to read the material. You are just saying that he has. I mean, they've not been able to.
couldn't upload it that yesterday. It was this morning when I got to the office.
Then again, my Dr. Joel was looking for you so that you can teach us on how to download from the elements and how to.
Then we can do that after.
Out of
Well, the class somewhere is, so just get that you can do that. Because if you don't do that, then we'll just keep running into this problem. So running an effective, you see, even the word effective could be queried. What do you mean by effective? Or how do you define
the measure?
Effective? So it's a measure of, so running an effective ministry. But I'm saying that could be for the purpose of this, you want to write running an effective ministry among the outcasts. It has, outcasts have to be clearly understood what it is. So is it ministry among, so that, yes, is it the homeless? Is it the area boys? Is it the area girls? Whatever it is. And so,
Not your age.
it could be that. So that has to be clearly stated. And maybe something that could be measured, because effective could be defined differently. When do you really say something is effective? Effective is a measure of value, So how do you really say that you've had an effective ministry among the outcasts, But like I said, for the purpose of this, you get the point. So I would say that, well, maybe for the purpose of this.
This cannot pass for a thesis.
No, yeah, I can allow you to do it for this something, because all I want you to do at this point is for me to understand your ability to get a topic, your ability to be able to present it. I want to see the logical sequence of what you are able to do, Now,
Is there another verse that could be used apart from effective?
Yeah, just see that. That's okay. We'll look at it. I will. You see, that's why if you have submitted this to me, I would have make some notes to you and give you some suggestions of different options. Now, understanding and discovering ministry. One problem that this topic has is that, you see, every good topics, usually we talk about, you should have, I don't know where to write here. We should have what we call, a subject. What do we normally call that? Is that predicate?
Yes.
or sometimes we call it dependent and independent variables. But the point I'm trying to make is that your topic usually should have a subject and a predicate. You know, I don't even want to go to because this one, if I'm assessing the research topic of a student, any topic that doesn't have a dependent and independent variable, you know, then that will definitely not fly. But there must be something, you know, when we say something is independent, standing on its own, and you can say that, okay, the other things that you are doing is dependent, on this. So if you look at running, if you look at running an effective ministry among the outcasts, you know, something you could say that the topic is predicated on running an effective or running anything. So you see that outcasts and ministry, they are dependent on this. Okay. Whatever you are doing is dependent on, on the front. Yeah, that's the course, the subject that we're dealing with. Now, the problem with this is that it's like you just pick out a phrase. You know, this looks more like a phrase than a topic. I don't know.
It's not a sentence. So what you're saying now is that it's better the topic has to be a sentence.
Well, not necessarily. I don't want to say a sentence in that sense.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
I don't want to, because if you said, well, maybe, I'm not sure that is exactly what I'm trying to do.
There's something close to it.
Yeah, something close to it. But if you say understanding or discovering and understanding ministry, there are a lot of questions that are unanswered. So ministry, what type of ministry are you talking about? Ministry among women, children, adults? There's just so much about ministry. Is this a peer trend? There's so much about ministry that it is not clear to us. That is just, hanging there.
But I think there is a ministry in general terms.
Yeah.
What is known as ministry, even in the Bible.
Yeah, but in writing, you have to get down to really narrow what you're writing. Yes, otherwise in a topic like this, you can navigate to anywhere.
Even in the Bible, it's specific now.
Yeah.
Not in offices.
We can add a love you Christian ministry.
There are many cases in offices.
So what my mind really is.
What's in your mind? That's important.
To how the individual can understand, discover his or her ministry of calling.
So the subject should be calling, not ministry. So if you want to say that you want to investigate or you would have taken a simple subject as discovering and understanding the call to ministry. Right? So if you talk about, let's even leave the word investigate so that doesn't look big, but You want to discovering and understanding the call to Christian ministry.
Okay.
So your parameters are now narrow, so that anybody reading it, so you now understand, okay, you want to discover and understand, the call to Christian ministry, which becomes something that you can easily define and easily handle, in that particular case. Management of mental health in a troubled marriage, that looks okay. It's a management of it's a mental health issue. So the key issue here becomes mental health. So without mental health, you will not have management. You will have nothing to manage. So without troubled marriages, so mental health within the context of marriages that are troubled, although you will need to define what you mean by troubled marriages. So when you say that a marriage is troubled, is troubled that's synonymous to trauma. It is synonymous to, so trouble there needs to be looked. There should be some appropriate word that should fit in. Yeah.
I'm thinking, can that kind of understanding be thrown in at the introduction of the writing?
Of what?
This is what I mean when I say trouble. In the introduction.
Yeah, it could. I mean,
and to show the extent of what you mean, you are not be covering.
It could, but you see, sometimes by the time you explain that you have taken 1 page out of 7 pages you have to. So in writing, the economy of what you want to communicate is very important at this stage. If you are doing that for a long project where you have definition of terms and other things, then that becomes easy for you to do. But sometimes it's just to conserve space. But it could still be done. I mean, it could still be explained.
Introductory.
Yeah, and within the introduction, okay, by troubled marriage, this is what you mean. Just like I talk about that for this work, I could allow you to use effective and outcast. If you explain, okay, by effective, you mean that this must be found. So does effective mean that people are converted, born again? All those things you can just use those terms without, because you see, the thing is not that you are using this term, is when you come to writing, for you to be able to think through this term and communicate them can become, a challenge. Criticism among Pentecostal leaders is they're just so hanging out there. It's not anchored in anything. It's not anchored in anything. So it needs to be.
I think there's the impact of criticism among the leaders of their membership.
Repeat what you said.
The impact of criticism among the leaders on their members.
Among the leaders,
on the members of the church.
Who is criticizing who?
Leaders among themselves.
Leaders among themselves. The effect on their members.
So that should be the impact. Is that the impact of negative criticism or just criticism?
And that should be
I think it's talking about negative.
So the impact of criticism
among ministers, among members of the church.
Among ministers, among leaders, pastors.
So the impact of criticism among Pentecostal leaders on the membership or on the members, whatever, you need to refine. But that will try to so you look at the impact of something. Do you want to look at, okay, this is the impact that criticism is causing on that? Then does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. The place of money in the church. The place of money in the church. What do you think? That's okay? The place of money. So Ajayi, what do you have in mind?
So that the way we use money or we demand money today compared to the ministry of Jesus Christ and to the apostles. So the way money is being collected or the way money is being demanded in the church or the way money is being used, is it the right purpose we are using money for today? So that is what brought me to that topic.
Then we probably need to refine that the topic to enable you to achieve what you want to achieve, because the place so you are trying to look at the use of money, whether the money is being used to fulfill the ministry purpose or
For self-aggrandizement or
okay.
I think from what you say, it's actually more than that. It's also talking about how do we get the money in the first place? That is shown from what you say.
What I think
Demand.
to my own reason, I said, the way money is being collected in the church, for the poor, accept, could it be a role, an access for a poor person to accept Christ?
No, that's not that.
No, I'm saying, when are they put it right?
So are you talking about effective use of money for Christian ministry in the church? You want to make the case for effective use of money for ministry. In the process of you're talking about that, you can also talk about what you are concerned about. Okay? But you want to educate the church on the effective use of money for Christian ministry or Christian outreach or whatever it is in the church. Are you getting me? So if you put it that way, then in writing about that, you can also talk about what you are not happy about, right? You're not happy about how maybe people are, if your word is defrauded, maybe not. And maybe there is heavy emphasis on money. We could highlight that. Or maybe the money is not being used for the purpose of accomplishing the mission of the church. So a section of your work could highlight that. But where you are going is effective. You want to demonstrate that, look, from scripture and from this, that we want to make a case for the effective use or the effective utilization. That's another word you could use, the effective utilization of money for forgetting what that amount is. So I hope you took note of that because I say them as they come. So yeah. So
are you giving me another word for that trouble?
Trouble.
Yes, I think that you can explain it.
I think you could explain trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, you can explain what you mean by trouble. I see there are trouble at home.
Plenty.
There are trouble at home. So when you're talking about trouble, once we know what magnitude of trouble, So because there are trouble, but there are trouble that are
manageable.
Yeah, you manage just trouble every day, but there are others that this is really resulting in somebody's mental health. Somebody's trying to say that I feel like jumping out of this home. This man or this woman is driving me crazy. I don't think that so it's getting out of point. So, but you can explain what trouble is. Exegetical analysis of the rapture in eschatological theology. Yeah, my only concern is whether you can achieve that within the time frame, because when you get to doing exegesis, is a very, very thorough business here. That you want to do exegesis will assume that you have a good grip of your Greek, perhaps of your Greek language, context analysis, before history and all of those things, before eventually come to conclusion. So in case of looking at exegetical analysis, probably you could just write on the rapture.
What you mean understanding?
I tried looking at another topic.
Okay.
I said the rapture, a critical examination of its imminence and its implication for modern students.
Okay. Yeah, that is something you can also do. So you are looking at, can you say it again?
Okay.
The rapture.
A critical examination of its imminence and its implication for modern believers.
Well, that's okay. I think you like big grammar, which is not necessarily bad. Okay. Yeah, but I think you can do that. The key issue there is the rapture, and so you want to look at its imminence and its implication for modern believers. So I think that is doable if you can argue your point very well.
Let me ask a question on that.
Yeah.
What if he says, since his theme is actually rapture, is it acceptable to say just start with understanding the rapture?
Well, that could be limiting also, but I think there is where he's headed to. He wants to bring out the implication and to emphasize on its imminence, So I think he could still do that with that, and then examination malpractices among Christian-owned secondary schools. Now, I hope all of you know that all of these topics we are doing now, I don't want anybody to gather any data. Everything you are doing must be from the library. It must be library research, you are reading books. Okay, because you don't have any time to say that you are going to, because in a topic like this, you want to examine malpractices. Sometimes it may involve some field, some field work, etc. Yeah, so but I wanted to. So if you say you want to examine, how are you going to examine?
No, I didn't say I want to examine, just.
Is it examination?
Examination malpractice is an art.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Examination malpractices. I'm not Christian. Yeah. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah. I think I was missing that word examination. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
It's not examination of examination.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so it's not examination of that. I know what was in mind. I was thinking about. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I think we have one more or two more.
No more. One.
Feedback
Seeking behavior.
and pastors members. What it means.
I think there should be an iPhone after that.
Feedback, there's feedback.
No, feedback. I feel between pastors and members.
No.
Feedback and seeking.
No, not answer.
Okay, what do you have in
Feedback
mind?
feedback seeking. When you are seeking response.
Feedback.
So after
It's
feedback,
a word.
there should be
I think. That's exactly my point.
Okay.
It is feedback seeking. It's a word.
Not feedback seeking.
feedback seeking behavior.
Feedback seeking behavior.
No. It can go. What he has in mind is behaviors that elicit feedback. Am I correct? If that is it, then there must be another thing.
I think
It's a word. Feedback seeking.
Feedback, seeking behavior.
Feedback seeking is
talking about behaviors that elicit
exactly.
So it's true.
It's a word.
It's a common word.
This is the basic grammar. Yes.
So what are you planning? What's your plan here? What do you want to get?
I want to know how pastors, how the method they use, they employ in appraising their own message on their members. You see how, if at all you do, see how the members are responding to what they are teaching.
Getting feedback.
They are getting feedback. So they are seeking behavior. How the method they use, the way they seek the behavior definitely is true. There must be careful between that feedback as well.
Is that are you talking about feedback mechanism or I'm just trying to feedback seeking behavior and pastors members.
How pastors seek feedback from members.
Yes,
So that's
exactly.
the methodology, sir.
And pastor members exchange.
And pastor members.
I think those are two topics.
Yeah.
Just take out the pastor member exchange.
Exactly.
You have two topics.
Exactly.
Yes.
So my thinking, my understanding is that you want to find out how pastors get feedback from their members.
On what they have been passing on.
Yeah.
Well, so I think that you need to feedback seeking behavior
it's like information seeking behavior. Information seeking behavior, how they seek, how they actually get information on, you know. So the exchange is what they get from the members. That is the exchange. So
Well,
they give to members, so what members return back to them. Then the seeking behavior is the method that you use in
yeah,
getting that response.
I think you just need to do one for this thing. Either you want to find out how pastors get feedback from their members and just leave out the exchange, because the exchange, for several reasons, when you get into the exchange, there are a lot of dynamics involved in that. You know, there's a lot of dynamics involved in that whole relationship between the pastor and the member. So, but I think that if you concentrate on how pastors get feedback from their members, you don't even want to ask how the pastors behave. I'm sure, or did you want to talk?
I'm not actually looking at their behavior.
Okay.
So, probably look at how, for instance, maybe you use like after the message, they put instrument based on what they have preached, or they use one-on-one approach.
Well,
so that is,
I'm sure most of our pastors don't do that. I'm sure many of them don't give out questionnaire. I'm sure.
I think you mentioned something yesterday. Yes,
Yeah, even at that, even if you give room for question and answer, it's not an indication that you are getting response from the people. Okay? Because it's not an indication that you are getting response back. In fact, for you to get that response, you must have created the enabling environment for that to happen. Okay? Because like there are a lot of cultural issues involved in that, in our context. A lot of cultural issue between the relationship between the members and the pastors, and what they perceive that setting to be, and what might be the likely consequence of them really trying to maybe open up within that context.